today. Look at me. Okay, look at me. What's up, my peoples? Come outside, y'all. Come outside. Today is Sunday. To show you my twist, huh? I should probably show you my hair, but clock it. Come outside. You guys, I came back from the gym because, I'm not losing my neuroplasticity. Okay. Like December, I've been going so hard. I went so hard in December. Kind of had to because I wasted so many days because the cold. You remember, I told you guys, I was like, yeesh, the cold. I almost gave up on my goal. Like, I almost gave up. It's cuckoo machine. I almost gave up on my goal to do 100 sessions by December because it was so cold. It wasn't so cold. I'm just being dramatic. But at that point in time, yes, I was excessively dramatic. Okay. I mean, what's up? I was so dramatic. I'm like, it's so cold. It's so cold. Hey, sunshine, cuckoo ma chérie. But I'm like, it wasn't that cold. I was just being dramatic. But I was like, it's cold. It's too cold. It's too cold. It's too cold. So when December started, I took a lot of days off from the Stairmaster. Yeah. So then I was like, oh, I don't have that many days left because I took too many days off. So I had to work out almost every day. I was like, oh gosh. But then I got used to, the hair's gone long, you guys. The hair has gone long. I need to, I can't wait until December 2026, you guys. Yes. I cannot wait for December 2026 to see how long my hair is going to be by then, okay? And then how's the baby, right? I've decided also I'm going to start washing my hair twice a week. Pray for me. But I think I have to because I sweat too much. I'm like, I'm going to wash my hair twice a week. Before it was like once a week. And I was like, oh my gosh, that sounds impossible. But then you get used to it. It's not that bad. And actually, you get addicted to washing your hair like frequently. I can't stand my hair being dirty anymore. I can't do it. I've come a long way, you guys. Oh, thank you, Diana. It's not my goal per se, but it's one goal, Diana. It's one goal. It's one goal. It was last year, right? One goal was like 100 sessions by December 31st. But the way the cold hit me, like the first week of December, I said, do I really have to do this? Like, I mean, nobody's going to know. It's a personal goal, like, I can just do it later. But I was like, if I don't do it, I'm going to be like, I could have done it. And I was like, just do it. But dang, it was cold. It was cold. But the thing is now, I'm just used to going almost every day. So I didn't go on the first because I came outside to talk to y'all. That's why I can't stand you guys. I love y'all too much. But if I had not talked to you on the first, I would have gone. No, that's good. So I went on the second, the third, the fourth. I'll go tomorrow. Now I'm just used to going now. Like, even if it's just an hour, I'm like, let's just go. Let's just do it. But I was like, the cold, right? Hold on. Let me show you something. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get my iPad so you can see it. You can see what I'm talking about. Because I think you should do something similar to this. My goodness, oh Lord, my goodness. Okay, hold on. Let me show you something real quick because I think it's going to help you out because, you have to track your stuff. I think when you track this, it's true. Like people say, when you track something, it's easier to manage. I agree with that. I really do. Because if you don't track stuff, you're not even realizing that there's a pattern to your foolishness. Okay. So now I really do. I am more intentional when it comes to tracking my behavior. Okay. You see, let me take Diana's thing off the thing. Okay. Look at this, right? You see this? So that's December, right? That was the month of December. So the first week, which is at the top, right? 3 days back to back, I didn't go. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm cold. And then I went for 2 days because I had to get to session 80. Right. And then 3 more days I didn't go because I'm like, oh, I'm cold. And I'm like, Marlene, you don't have any extra days because the 25th, Christmas Day, the gym's going to be closed. I'm like, oh, crap, you guys. So what I had to do was I had to go almost every day. I had to go every day. I had to go every day to get to the 100. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it. But it helped me, though. I'm like, But do you see what I mean? Like when you track your behavior like this, right? It helps you to be like, okay, like what am I doing? Okay. So I was like, I like that because it really helped me. So I'm like, I'm doing it again for this month. I'm doing it again. So let me show you for this month what it looks like. Got a cute little calendar for this month. It's kind of cute, huh? So look at this, right? I made a new one with Canva. Okay. So the first I was speaking to y'all, so I didn't go, so I missed that day. But then hold on. So one more right here. Okay, cool. All right. Cool. So one day I didn't go. The first I didn't go, but the second, the third, the fourth, I went. Okay. So like now my goal is to do, because by December 31st, like rolling for like, so you take the 100 and then whatever I do this year, whatever, I want to get to 360. So that means in 2026, I got to do 260 sessions, right? Which I believe comes out to like 25 sessions a month. Right. So my goal for this month is to go 25 times. I've already gone 3 times. I got like 22 more days, which means solid week and then, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I'm going to try for the month of January. I'm going to try not to waste my rest days where I'm just taking like 3 days off at a time, you know, take 1 day off, but not 3 days, not even 2 days back to back. That's just freaking crazy. So this is for January 2026. And by God's grace, I'll have 25 green check marks. Okay. So that's that. And then I also have this tracker as well. So I track my sessions. So I should have had, give me a second. Hold on. Where's the pen? Where's the pencil? No. I thought I had left it here. Okay, cool. Oh, baby Chloe. What's up, baby Chloe? Okay. All right, cool. I'm back. Sorry, I have to get my pen, right? So I also have this tracker. So I've done like 4 sessions, right? And the good thing about this one, because this was part of my Stairmaster passport. So when you get to like certain days, you get a little treat. Like, so you have a little token on the 1st, there's a little token on the 7th, a little flower on the 10th, a honey pot on the 15th, a heart on the 21st, and then a bee on the 25th. And then if you do 30 sessions in a month, right, you get to be Stairmaster Queen. Okay. Little crown, cute little crown right there. Okay. Cute. Okay. So yeah, track your stuff. Track your stuff. And then I have this one. This is like, it helps me to keep track or count how many strength training sessions I do a month. Okay. And then the pictures here, look at the little pictures. I use AI to do AI Marlene. So there's another tracker that I have. You guys, you got to track your stuff, man. You have to track what you do. Got to track what you do. Hey, Mal Cuckoo. Okay. You have to track what you got going on. Let me show if I can show you AI Marlene. The thing with chat GPT, like, it's not so consistent. I need to learn how to have I need to learn how to make consistent faces. Because sometimes I'll get my face right. And then other times it won't. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, yes. I'm like, I have to learn this stuff. Okay. But yeah. So I had Chat GPT. I had Chat GPT make some pictures of me, I guess. She kind of looks like me a little bit. I can see it. Okay. No, she don't look like me at all. Okay, this one. Okay, you cute girl. You kind of cute. Okay. You're kind of cute. Let me see. That's gonna be my uploads. Yeah. You see this one? She kind of cute, huh? This one's cute. I said, okay, girl. Okay. I see you, sis. Okay. So I put my picture in there, and I have a picture of this outfit on Gymshark, and I asked ChatGPT to kind of make a version of me, a render of me. So I guess that's it right there. So here she is right there. Okay. But yeah, use AI to create pictures of yourself, and hopefully it's going to inspire you to be like, hey, that could be me one day. She fit. She really fit. She got abs and everything. Okay. So yeah, that's that. Then I made these. I'm gonna have templates up for you guys too. I'm gonna see how I can create templates for y'all to stay fit. So this is something I created to help you like keep track of all your workouts per day, like daily workouts. Okay. I gotta see how I can give you guys these templates so you can use them also if you want to use them. All right. If you have Canva, you can just change the picture and use whatever you want and then keep track of your workouts. So that way you stay motivated to be fit. All right. But yeah, December 2026, we have to be smaller. Oh, by the way, I also lost 27 pounds of fat. I lost 27 pounds of fat. I got to show you guys. Let me see if I have it here. Oh, yes, I do. How can I do this? Let me see. Because remember, I was so big. I was so damn big. Hold on. Let me see. Can I put the picture here or something? You guys, that was so big. Okay, let me see if I can make this bigger. Hold on. Y'all, this is crazy. Because they have this machine is called Shape Scale. They have it at my gym. So you just get on there and then it's like a DEXA scan, like a cheaper one. So you see this? So I lost like 27 pounds of fat. I gained 6.5 pounds of muscle. I lost like 20 pounds, almost like 20.5 pounds. My BMI is 30. And so I went from, I think I used to be like, hold on, let me show you. I used to be obese type 3. Hold on. Oh, hell no, I've been thinking about you. I was thinking about you like 2 days ago. How you doing, boo? He said, Mark said that's a toddler again. That's like Maverick. Hold on. You got that was so big. I was really fat. Hold on. Let me show you this so you can see it. Don't worry, I'll make a proper video so you can see all of it. Hold on. Okay, right? So you probably don't remember, but oh no, this is not. Hold on, you can't see it. Oh, all right. It's fine. It's cool. But do you see how it says obese class 1, obese class 2, right? I was actually obese class 3. So now I'm 30, so I'm obese class 1. Yeah, I'm obese class 1. But initially, like when I first did this, I was obese class 3. Me and Janet were laughing like, Marty, what the freak? Like I was so big. Okay. So my BMI is 30. My body fat percentage, I lost like 9% of body fat. Yeah, I was like, I think I was over. Yo, hold on. Let me see this because it's an app. I gotta go to the app real quick. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, I was so big. It's ridiculous, sir. I was really big. Okay. How do I get all my stuff though? Okay. How do I get my stuff? You know, I don't even know how to use this stuff, Chad. How do I get my data? This is so crazy. I don't know how to get my stuff from last time, you guys. Because I'm not too familiar with this stuff. Let me see. Okay, hold on. It's doing the PDF stuff. Hold on. I wish y'all could see this in real time. Hold on. I didn't plan to show you guys this because this. What? Oh, thank you, Janet. Oh, you're also a Capricorn. When's your birthday? Okay, let me see if I can send this to you guys. Turn on the Wi-Fi. Hold on. Can I open the PDF here? Hold on. Let me see. Can I share this part of my screen? I don't know. The other thing, it's so weird how it does this. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, this is just, it's a lot of data. Yeah, how do I read this? It's a lot of stuff. Hold on, I got to do a special video for this. Before and after. Yeah, it's just. Hold on. This report is just big. Hold on. Done. Hold on. Oh wow, this machine is like frightening. It's a lot of data. I don't even do I even feel comfortable? Like, it's a lot of. Hold on. How do I show you guys all this? Make it smaller, maybe. Take a screenshot. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Because it's huge. I was obese class 1. Oh, I wasn't obese. Okay, hold on. Then how do I share this? Oh, Lord Jesus, hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry, I've never done this before. Can I put that in here? Let me see. What do I know? Okay, maybe this will do it. Hopefully you can see it, right? Sorry, you guys. I never done this before. Okay, so before it was good. So it was like 49. What does 49 actually mean? Hold on. So 49 is good. Okay. So that was in July. Yeah, July 3rd. Okay. Body fat was like 41.2%. Okay. So it was it was very high. I was really, really fat. My waist was fair. Okay. Yeah, I was really big. Oh, what's this one? Yeah, okay. Y'all, I was so big. Hold on. Let me zoom in on this stuff. Okay. There you go. That's better. All right. This is better. Okay. So shape score was 49. Health score was 48. Visceral fat, very poor, which means I have too much. Okay. So I was obese class 1. Oh, I thought I was obese class 2. Okay. But I probably was before then because I was 243. So, okay. BMR is 1,600 calories. My lean mass was 125 pounds. Okay. Body fat, 41.2%. My BMI was 33.3. Okay. So I was hella fat. Okay. You get the point. Okay. So now, clock it. Okay. So now my health score is 63. So it went up by 14 points. Okay. Weight, 204 pounds. So that's down almost like 20.5 pounds. My fat, I lost 26.9, so like 27 pounds of fat. I gained about 6.5 pounds of muscle. That's good. My BMI went from 33 to 30. Good. My body fat percentage went down by 1%. And then ALM, I don't know. I guess I gained 7.3 pounds of that. My BMR is 1,663 calories. Maybe I'm like, oh, maybe because I have like more muscle mass, I guess. So it went up. Visceral fat is still very poor. LMI, I don't know, almost like 20, whatever that is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yes, y'all. But yeah, it used to be a hot mess, okay? It used to be a hot mess. But don't worry, I'll do a better video because I gotta understand this stuff. But they have this one machine. Let me show you the machine real quick. Okay. They have the machine at the gym. So it's called the Shape Scale. And you pretty much have to be like almost naked, kind of. And you get on the machine and it just like, and then it just goes around you like this. Let me show you quickly what it's all about.
Meet Shape Scale, your personal body scanner that creates a 360 virtual model full of insights into your body. You're dieting and exercising, but is it working? ShapeScale's heat map shows you instantly where you've gained and lost the most. ShapeScale provides over 20 localized measurements, revealing if you're on track with your individual goals or if you need to readjust. Get to know your body, find what works for you, and become your best with ShapeScale.
Yeah. So you stand on the machine, and then it just like it goes.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining.
Yeah, you see.
I'm Martin Kessler. I'm co-founder and CEO of ShapeScale.
Okay.
And I'd say I'm most and foremost an entrepreneur, but I'm also.
Yeah, it goes all around your body. It starts at the bottom. It goes around.
Meet ShapeScale.
And then it goes all around your. Oh, here, there. Okay, there you go. Look. It's pretty cool. I'm actually use it more often.
And in 3, 2, 1. Scanning lower body. And in 3, 2, 1. Scanning lower body.
Shape Scale can be incredibly useful when people are losing weight. We use Ozempic, Zepbound, meal replacement shakes, and we use everything that's out there. Based on the results of this technology, we can recommend certain treatment, and then subsequent visits, we will also use the Shape Scale to monitor progress, tracking waist size, tracking body fat percentage, and helping them understand where things are going right, where things are going wrong. You know, a picture's worth 1,000 words. A picture that rotates and gives you specific measurements is worth even more. So it's been a very useful tool.
Yeah.
I think this is the most high-tech scale in the world. It's the new Withings body scan. It features...
And in 3, 2, 1. And in 3, 2.
You call...
This is Vanita.
But you get the point. So it's called Shape Scale. And so it just goes all around you, and then you wait a bit, and then it'll give you all your data. It sends all your data to the app, and then you can see all your stuff, right? It's pretty cool because when you get on the scale just gives you your weight, which is just like, yeah, it gives you your weight, which is gravity times mass. So the scale's not going to break everything down. You can do a DEXA scan also, but usually like most DEXA scans, it might cost you like 100 to 150. Where I go, my gym where I go, it's like, it's free. Like it's part of your membership. Like you can pretty much use it as much as you want. You go in the room and you get it done. I should have used it more frequently though, but it's okay. It's okay. All right. But yeah, so that's that. That's how I got all this stuff. Let me see. Because, you know, the only thing is I don't think it does a good job when it comes to Black people. Okay. Yeah. But this is like, if you see, this is my heat map, right? Like when you're Black, I feel like I don't know, whatever light they use is like, it doesn't do well for Black people, but it'll show you, like it tries to take a picture of your body. It's a bit jacked up. I look burnt. Parts of it, I'm like missing limbs, whatever. But yeah, it's pretty good. Okay. Glad I paid the money. All right. So now let's go back to why we're here. I was watching the video. I was like, well, I might as well do a video. Let's see what's going on with that video. But yeah, please take your health and fitness goals seriously, okay? And try to track as much as you can. It's extremely motivating. It's extremely encouraging to know what's going on. Sometimes you might not see it. Sometimes you might not feel it, okay? But the more you track, then you know you're doing the right thing, okay? Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But yeah, take care of yourself, okay? Take care of yourself, take care of yourself, take care of yourself, and do not give up. You know, the more pictures you take, the better. But I'm going to do a proper video where I show all of this stuff, okay? Just a quick aperçu, like just quickly letting you see it, okay? But yeah, 27 pounds of fat gone, which is pretty awesome. Because when I train, I try to stay in my heart rate zone too. Like it's not crazy because that's where you lose the most fat. So I guess it worked, I guess, right? But I need to fix my nutrition though, then I should have better results. But okay, that's that. So congrats to me. All right, now let's watch this story real quick. That was pretty interesting. Let's see what this is about. Okay.
If you were a teenager in 2010, you remember the yellow shopping bags.
Mm.
You remember the massive stores that seemed to occupy entire wings of your local mall. 90,000 square feet of crop tops, bodycon dresses, and $5 jewelry spread across multiple floors. You remember the fitting room lines that wrapped around clothing racks, the pounding music, and the strange little Bible verse printed on the bottom of every bag. Forever 21 was everywhere. 800 stores across 48 countries. 43,000 employees.
Wow.
$4.4 billion in annual revenue.
Jeez.
A family fortune of $5.9 billion built by Korean immigrants who arrived in Los Angeles.
I wonder what it feels like. Imagine your fortune is $5 billion. Damn. What do you do with all that money? I can't wait to find out. I cannot wait to find out.
With $11,000 and no English.
Wow.
By 2025, every single US store had closed. The empire liquidated in 106 days. In today's episode of Old Money Luxury,
I really think, like what really destroyed Forever 21, right? They allowed Fashion Nova to take over because they didn't take those days when Instagram was first out. They didn't take it seriously. Sending PR to influencers, they didn't take it seriously. Right? So Fashion Nova, that dude was like, okay, I guess I'll do it. I'm like, Fashion Nova destroyed Forever 21. You know, just like even MAC Cosmetics too. Like MAC didn't want to send PR to no one. They're like, if you want it, you'll have to pay for it. Whereas like all these other brands that were trying to get exposure, like, oh, we'll send it to you for free. Right? And then by the time MAC realized that, oh, influencer marketing is real, it was already too late. Anastasia took over, Huda Beauty took over. I'm like, it's free, like just send free shit to people. Like how hard is it? Okay.
examine how the Chang family built the defining fast fashion brand of a generation, and how the same family control that created it burned it to the ground.
Wow.
At their zenith in 2015, Du-Wan and Jin Suk Chang commanded a $5.9 billion fortune,
Jeez.
ranking them number 119 on the Forbes 400 and establishing Forever 21 as a $4.4 billion fast fashion empire.
Wow.
They were America's wealthiest Korean immigrants.
Wow.
Their wealth derived from a single source,
Wow.
99% equity ownership in Forever 21.
Wow.
Unlike competitors who diluted founder control through public offerings or private equity, the Changs maintained absolute authority, rejecting numerous buyout offers and IPO opportunities throughout their expansion. The company's valuation approached $6 billion at its peak, making it one of the largest privately held fashion retailers in the world.
Wow.
Du-Wan Chang served as CEO and controlled all operational decisions. He personally approved every real estate lease, even after surpassing 500 stores. He scrutinized executive expense reports down to lunch receipts and Uber fares. His private office occupied the upper floor of headquarters, where conversations were...
I like that because I feel like many times too, like when it comes to a lot of CEOs or just corporations in America, like people just waste money. They just waste money. So, oh, the company will pay for it. Like, who's the company? It's me. So I'm like, good for him. Good for him. He was born poor. He was raised poor. He came to America. He had no money. You're not about to waste my money doing all kinds of foolishness because you have access to a company card. Okay, I know I would do it. Don't waste my money. Do not waste my coins. No, no, no.
Hushed and access was restricted. Jin Suk Chang served as chief merchandising officer and creative force. Her domain was the lower floor, where buyers showed bags to security upon exiting, and windows were covered with blinds. The psychology driving such empire building and the family devastation it produces receives extended treatment in our free Substack newsletter, where dynasties too complex for documentary format reveal what inherited ambition actually costs across generations. The Chang story belongs in that company. The family's primary tangible asset was their Beverly Hills residence at 101 Copley Place, a 6,597 square foot home on a 26,000 square foot lot overlooking the Los Angeles Country Club golf course. They purchased the property on March 28, 2008 for $7,500,000. Current estimates place its value at $20 to $25 million. Despite extensive searches of FAA aircraft registries, yacht databases, and property records, no evidence emerged of Chang family ownership of private jets, yachts, or additional real estate. This absence reflected Do-won's disciplined philosophy. He famously reinvested profits into business expansion rather than personal consumption. Their wealth was entirely concentrated in Forever 21 equity, a decision that would prove catastrophic. The brand...
I think it's good also to reinvest your money. Like, you have two people who start a business, they make a little bit of money and they run and buy a G-Wagon, they buy a Bentley, they buy expensive cars, they run to go buy a Birkin, I feel like if you want to run a business and be successful in business, like, you have to heal from your traumas. Like, if you have a scarcity mindset, if you have ego, if you have needs for external validation, if you want people to see that you're successful, if you care about what people think of you, you probably shouldn't have a business. You probably should not have a business because, like he's saying, you're going to have to be extremely disciplined with the money. You're going to have to be extremely disciplined with the money. And so if you're trying to let people know how much money you have, right, maybe you're not ready for that, okay? Maybe you should go to therapy and figure that out, because I feel like if you want to be a successful business person, you really cannot care about what people have to say about you, okay? What you wear, what you don't wear, because you should know that you have to invest your money. You have to invest your money. And that's why I feel like social media is really full of fake rich people. Because I'm like, real rich people, especially like first generation rich people who are really trying to build wealth, trying to build generational wealth. They're not the ones to spend money. Like, they're really mindful of their money because nobody else has money. Like, you're the first in your bloodline to make this amount of money. So you are extremely careful. I feel like people who start wasting the money is like second generation, third generation, because they're so far removed from the actual struggle of building the business, of building the brand, right? And I'm like, the problem we have with social media is that social media glamorizes being an owner. It glamorizes being a CEO, when in reality, there's nothing glamorous. It's a lot of sacrifices. That's why I can't stand when girls, I run a business, and they walk around in Louboutins and stuff. I'm like, that's not sustainable. That's not real life. You should have sneakers on, work hard, right? But women have a tendency of glamorizing what's not glamorous because it's about the aesthetics versus the work ethic, okay? But I'm like, it's not glamorous. First generation founders, they sacrifice, they give everything they have because you have to grow the business. And even though, I guess they lost the business eventually, but I'm like, listen, when you make better financial decisions, then you don't have to take on loans. You don't have to go looking for investors. You don't have to go look for venture capital, because these people, when they come in, they're going to ruin your business. I'm like, there's so many people who sold their businesses or they took on investors and they truly regretted it. Like, this was the worst decision ever, because you can't run your business anymore. They're going to tell you what to do. You can't sleep no more. You can't eat anymore. They're always telling you what to do. Okay. Okay. So I'm like, but it's like, I like that. It's motivating me. Keep your money, reinvest your money, be as frugal as you can be. Use coupons as much as you can. Okay. Try to get discounts as much as you can. Don't be in a rush, because if you're really successful, then you can spend the money you want. But in the beginning, like, I don't even know how long that might last, like 10, 20 years, whatever, right? Be really focused on your business, okay? And save your money. Be mindful over your expenses, because they add up really fast. They add up really, really fast. Like me, I can say when I was running lashes, like I wasn't too mindful of my finances like that. And it bit me in the ass. It really did. Like seriously, okay?
Cultural power extended far beyond financial metrics. During its peak from 2005 to 2015, Forever 21 commanded 9 to 10% of US teens' favorite clothing brand preferences, according to Piper Jaffray's Taking Stock with Teens survey. Strategic placement in high-traffic mall locations, including marquee properties on New York's Fifth Avenue and Times Square, amplified this dominance. The decision to print John 3:16 on every shopping bag created a unique brand identity that merged commerce with Christian evangelism. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life.
Amen.
Every purchase became a quiet act of faith. But the Changs had arrived in America with nothing, and their journey from poverty to billions began at a Los Angeles gas station.
Okay, let me stop right here, right? You guys, this is also really important, because you guys still here or you were asleep. Pay attention, okay? This is really important because, you have a lot of people out here who want you to believe that, oh, because you're Black, certain things can happen for you. Oh, because America's racist, which it is, certain things can happen for you. Oh, this, okay? 2026, you have to surround yourself with people who believe that in spite of, it's still possible, okay? In spite of, it is still possible, right? Because if God truly, first of all, if you have the destiny for it, it's going to happen, but you got to work hard and be consistent, right? If you have the calling for it, right? Why would it not happen? If God has chosen you and God has favored you for it, right? Why would it not happen? You understand? You have to learn to stay away from naysayers. And I'm not trying to do this like, because it is like the fourth day of the year, whatever. But I'm going to tell you this, right? And I'm not trying to be mean, okay? But you have to understand that if you're Black, because most of my people are Black, right? A lot of Black people, they're really negative, okay? A lot of Black people, they're very bitter. They're seriously bitter. They're jaded. They're always internalizing failure. They always talk negatively. They're very, very cynical. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying don't have no Black friends now, but I'm just saying be very careful being a believer next to a Black person, okay? Be very careful thinking big, dreaming big next to a Black person, okay? Nah. Because every time you say something big, they'll try to remind you why it's not possible, why it's only for white people, okay? And I feel like this Korean family, they didn't have that around them. Because one thing about Korean people, they love going to church and they love doing business, okay? Most Koreans, especially first generation Koreans, they don't work for people. They have their own businesses. Now, it could also be that first generation Koreans usually don't speak English, okay? So it's like, who's going to hire me? Who's going to give me a job? So let me just start my own business. I think sometimes people start a business not because they're trying to be rich. Not everybody who has the business is going to be rich, okay? Not everybody who has a business even takes home 100,000, right? Many times people open businesses because it's a lot easier than waiting for someone to hire me. So instead of starving, let me start selling something, okay? So hopefully I can just take care of myself, right? But because I feel like Koreans, they have a lot of discipline. They have lots of work ethics. They work really, really hard. Like they don't get tired. They got 2, 3, 4, 5 jobs. They don't get tired. So I feel like people like that, they're more likely to become rich one day. Because they have all the assets, like they have all, like the personal skills with the mindset, the culture to be incredibly successful, right? Like, and it's the people too. Like, if you ever see Koreans, I'm usually seeing it's usually like second and third generation. But if you ever see like first generation Koreans, they don't care. They don't care about their clothes. They don't care what car they drive. They do not care. They just want to work really hard, okay? And there comes a point in your life, I will say this, you have to study other people. Sometimes, let's say you're Black and you're stuck in a blackety black bubble, right? You start believing or like all the limiting beliefs. Black people have a lot of limiting beliefs. I can't. They have so many limiting beliefs because all they know, all they do every day, all day is to hang around Black people. And they hang around with Black people who think just like they do. So instead of like, they go from being negative to being pessimistic, and then the higher degree is being cynical. Okay. So nothing good happens to them. Right? Because that is their unconscious state. Their unconscious state is, I'm already defeated because I'm Black. Right? But I'm like, sometimes or many times you're going to have to study other ethnic groups. Okay. And how they do it and how they look at life. Right? And how they face obstacles and how they face all kinds of challenges. Right? But I'm like, if you have certain personality traits, right? If you have a certain type of work ethic, if you have a certain type of mindset, if you are resilient, if you are a believer, if you're not always being negative, and also if you're not greedy, you're not envious, you don't constantly compare yourself to other people, and you stay focused, once again, singular vision, right? You're more likely to be incredibly wealthy. Because I've come to realize, I feel like making money is like, especially legal money, not illegal money, but I feel like having money or becoming a millionaire or multimillionaire, honestly, it's all about finding one thing you can do. I don't think it has to be a passion, okay? But it has to be a commitment, right? And you just keep doing it. Do it for 5, then 10, 15, 20 years. Because the only thing that's going to happen is that you're going to build a reputation for being so good at whatever you do. Right. When I was younger, I used to believe in like, because people say it all the time. And when you're young, you just listen to people and just take it at face value. And you don't really criticize what they're like. You don't criticize or think critically about what they're telling you. Like, oh, you should follow your passion. Oh, you should do what makes you happy. No, fuck that shit. If you only care about following your passion, what if you have multiple passions? So which passion do you pick? That's number one. Because everybody has multiple passions, right? No one has just one passion. You have multiple. So which one do you pick, right? So even that, a choice has to be made. And when you make a choice, you're going to have to stick with it. If you have 3 passions or 5 passions, and you say, oh yeah, I'm going to follow my passions, and you want to follow 5 different passions, there's only 24 hours in a day, right? You're not going to make it. Because 20% over here, another 20 over here, 20 here, 20 here. Okay. But you have 5 different tubs, right? And in every tub, you're pouring 20% of yourself. How far are you going to go? Okay. It's a lot better to have one tub and you put your all into that thing and you become the best person you can be. Like, you become the most talented person in the one thing you chose. Number 2, I don't believe that you should follow your passion. Because your passion might not be profitable. Every passion is not worth pursuing. Because you have passions that maybe you have those passions because it's from your childhood. Like, you were a goofy ass little kid with no sense of reality. So, oh, I love this. But you've carried this with you because that's part of the child that lives in you, right? That child that lives in you might not be best suited for what you have to do as an adult to make sure you can take care of yourself. Hopefully you understand me. Right? Something doesn't have to be a passion. You don't need to follow your passion. You need to follow something that you can do consistently for maybe 20 years. Right? Let's say you have something you really, really love, right? Like oh, this is my passion. Well, it might not be something that you enjoy doing for 20 years. Right? And I'm like, what I have learned with my little 100 sessions with Stairmaster thingy, right? It's that it comes down to consistency. You have to pick something and you just have to do it, and you don't look back. Like, this is all you do. You show up every day, you get it done. It's not about passion, it's about commitment. It's about being a person that does what she or he said I'm going to do. So this is what I do. I show up and I do it. 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 Like, it doesn't have to be a passion of mine. But it's something that I do and I'm consistent doing it. Now, I feel like if a person does that thing long enough, right, they're going to be so good at it because that's all they do compared to most people, right? So from a distance, right? From a distance, it's going to give, oh, that must be her passion. No. But because you're so good at doing it, because that's all you do, so you do it with ease, people think, oh, that must be her passion. No, it is her duty. She does it every day. right? Do you get me? Right? Like someone, I'm gonna take myself for example, right? Somebody could say, "Oh my gosh, Marlene's always in the Stairmaster, so that must be her passion." No, it is not my passion, right? But it's something that I do, right? Like if I had a passion, like I probably do have a passion, but if I was to pursue a passion, for example, I'm like, oh yeah, I want to be someone that's creative. Like I like creating stuff. I like artistic shit, whatever. But sometimes that might not get you fed. Right? So it's like you have to find like a purpose, something that helps other people. And then you show up and you do it. But because that's all you do, after years of doing it, you do it so well. People who don't know you or people who hear of you or they look at you from the outside, they're like, oh, wow, she's so passionate. Oh my gosh, she has so much passion. Passion to me, it gives motivation. Right? You know how some people are, oh my gosh, like I need motivation to work out. I need motivation. I need to be motivated. No, you're very unserious. What motivation? And no motivation, bitch. Like there's no motivation. And there's no motivation. It's a decision, and then there's a commitment, and then you show up, you do the work, right? There's no motivation, right? And this is why people who wait for motivation will never do shit. And even if they do shit, they ain't gonna do it consistently because they're waiting for motivation. Motivation is like the weather, right? Some days it's good, some days it's bad, right? People who make a decision and they commit to that decision, right? They're not motivated, right? They're committed. But because they do it and it seems like they're enjoying it, you're like, oh my God, you're so motivated. They're not motivated, they're committed. Many times they don't feel like being there, don't want to do it, but they're doing it anyways, okay? But there's no motivation. And I think like it's like a buzzword, right? Like people have overhyped, like people have hyped up the word motivation so much that now people are, oh, I'm waiting for motivation. It's like Christian people waiting for a miracle. Why are you waiting for a miracle when all you got to do is think about this problem and then you'll be able to solve it? You don't need a miracle when you have a brain. Right? You don't need a miracle when you can do research, right? You don't need a miracle when you can actually write down what the problem is, right? And then start thinking of ways of fixing it. Why are you waiting for a miracle when you have a fucking brain? Right? There you go. And this is why a lot of people don't take Christian people seriously because they come off like people who gave up. A lot of Christians is giving quitters. A lot of Christians is gives lazy. Intellectually lazy, right? How can you pray for the same thing for 100 days? You could have, I'm like, do you know how many books you could have bought about the same problem here? And most likely you would have had a solution by now, right? People, oh, I'm praying and fasting. Why? Use your fucking brain. Use your brain. Right? But a lot of times when you hear a lot of Christians say, oh, I'm praying and fasting because they don't want to have to go through the pain, like the pain of having to solve their own shit. They don't want to acquire the skills of being problem solvers. So they say to themselves, oh, I'm just going to fast. And then by fasting, it's going to solve itself. Are you okay? Are you actually okay? Where in the Bible does it say that fasting will fix your problems? No. Many times in the Bible, even in Buddhism, right? Even in Buddhism, the reason why people fast, it's not to run away from the problems. It's not to wait for God to fix the problem. You're a fucking adult. Fix your own shit. It's not to wait for an angel to fix the problem. The reason why people fast for Christianity and in Buddhism, right, is to gain mental clarity. Right? God put this problem on your plate because he knows you can fix it. And here you are trying to give it right back to him. You're a fucking fool. You're fucking lazy. Stop being fucking lazy. Solve the fucking problem. Right? Solve the damn problem. Seek help. Talk to people. Watch videos. Buy books. Talk to AI. You have to solve this motherfucking problem. God is not going to fix it. God is not putting this problem on your lap for you to give it back to him. You're a bum. You are a bum, right? And that's what people need to start telling a lot of Christians. Why the fuck are you here? You know, like me, if I had a church, if I was a pastor, I would tell people, why are you here? They're like, oh, but Marlene, it's Sunday. Okay, and why are you here? You looking for a miracle? Did you come here so I can make you feel better? Why are you here? You guys, let me help you, mean-ass pastor. Why are you here? You want me to touch and agree? I ain't touching shit. Where the fuck is your problem? Tell me how many days you thought about this problem. Show me a journal where you are writing about this problem, where you're trying to solve the problem, right? Don't come to my church because you're running away from life. Do not come to my church because you're running away from your problems. I don't minister to losers. I do not minister to quitters. I don't minister to people who are running away from life. Grow the fuck up. You're not a fucking child. Being a Christian is not about living a fucking fairy tale. When it gets hard, you run to church and you pray for miracles. Ain't no miracle, bitch. Right? This is the season of problem solving skills. Where the fuck are your problem solving skills? You have none. There you go. Okay? That will be my Sunday service. I don't minister to losers. I don't minister to quitters. Right? If God put a problem on your lap because you have what it takes to fix it, you have what it takes to solve the problem. Now, it might take you days, it might take you weeks, it might take you months. Okay, and what else do you have to do anyways? Solve the problem. And when you solve the problem, then you can go and help other people. Right? There you go. That's it. That's that. Right? But the problem is today, the church, it just welcomes people to sit there, cry, lick their wounds. They're waiting for Jesus to come back. He ain't coming back. Why would he come back? Have you done what you were supposed to do for him to come back? He ain't coming back. Stop with that bummy shit. Ain't no savior, B. You're going to save yourself. And if you don't, you're going to die. But he's not coming back. Have you done what you were supposed to do in order for him to come back? No. Most Christians have not even done what they're supposed to do for Christ to come back. Go read the Bible again. For him to come back, the church has to do something, right? So if the church hasn't done what the church is supposed to do, why would he come back? Why would he come back? Because you're tired of fighting injustice? You're tired of the mean people, the rich people who bully you? Well, you need to learn to fight these people, right? You have to learn to fight. You have to learn to fight back. You have to learn to be resilient. You have to learn. You cry, you wipe your tears, you go, you fight all over again and again and again and again until these people get tired of fucking with you. They're going to leave you alone. That's it. That's how it goes. That's how it goes, right? But unfortunately today, too many Christians are the equivalent of spiritual cowards. They waste so much time, so many hours in church, just licking their wounds because they don't know how to win. They have no strategy on how to win. They have no heart to win. They have no resilience to win. They're a bunch of spiritual crybabies. Oh, Jesus, help me now. Oh, Jesus, save me. Oh, Jesus, come back. He's not coming back. He is not coming back. You have to fix your life. That's it. That's that. That's how I feel, right? But that's the kind of pastor I would be. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I'm deciding to really go into fitness, because I'm like, maybe I should be like a fitness coach, you know, because when you're a fitness coach, you kind of have the license to bully people. Because I'm like, people need to be bullied, right? People need to be bullied. I was talking to my uncle today. I was like, uncle, like, seriously? Like, because I feel like he has it too. But I'm like, some people I think have the gift, or some people are called to like biohack, like human potential. Right? Some people need to be, I don't say like traumatized or bullied, but they kind of have to be bullied into their full potential, right? Because their lives are sorry as fuck. Like you live a sorry ass life. You know what I'm saying? Like many times I'm on YouTube and I watch some videos like, dang, these people are fucking losers. They're a bunch of losers. Like, why is it always you? Like, why don't you learn shit? Like what? Like everything that happens to you, things that happen to people around you and shit. Why don't you ever learn anything? Right? How the fuck do you live life and you never learn anything? Right? You don't learn shit. Don't know how to apply shit. Why don't you know how to save yourself? Right? Why don't you know how to ask for better? Why don't you even know how to get something better for yourself? Like, ain't you tired of being a fucking loser? Ain't you tired? right? But I'm like, it also matters like the context, how you say it. I'm like, if you're a trainer, you know what I mean? Because most of the time, if you are a trainer, people want to get better. But if you're just having a conversation with regular people, most regular people are just perfectly fine being mediocre, right? And blaming other people. Loser shit, right? Also, if I had a church, I was a pastor, you're not coming to my church blaming anybody. You're not even going to blame the devil, right? Because if I was your pastor, you coming to my church, you would understand that the devil is only doing what he's supposed to do. Okay? Unlike you, he's committed. Right? The devil, he knows his fate. So he is absolutely committed to what he's doing. Right? And if anything, you would be inspired by the devil. How do I show up every day? Right? Consistently show up every day. Right? You don't. And that's why today the world is so fucked up, because so many Christians, and yet the light, you know what I mean? The flame of the faith, right? It is so fucking weak. It is so weak because it's the people who just wait for fairy tales. They wait for miracles. They wait for Jesus that walked on water. Like what? Right? You have one life to live, and you can't keep running away from your problems. You can't keep deferring your problems to other people. You can't keep deferring your problems to a different realm. You have to fix your shit. And anytime a challenge comes into your life, instead of crying, oh my gosh, this is so hard, it's all right. No, you're so fucking lazy. There are people who have way more on their plate than you do, right? There are people who are poor and quadriplegic in a poor country. So they're poor in a poor country and they got no legs. Right? Shut the fuck up. Like truly and honestly, just shut up. Right? Just shut up. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. No one gives a fuck. Right? Because if you had any sense, you would go out there and do your research and you would realize that there are people out there, there are people in the world that have it so much worse than you do. And they don't even complain. Half of what you do, you're always complaining. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. Right? I think in 2026, most people, if you hear somebody complain, you have to say respectfully, I'm sick and tired of your shit. I am sick and tired of your complaints. And I think maybe you might be that person, right? You might be your own person. You might be the person that always talks to yourself and you always have excuses why you can't do this, why you can't do that. You need to say to yourself, respectfully, self, I'm tired of your shit. I'm so sick and tired of your shit, right? We don't want to hear what you've been through. Okay? That's all you do. You meet people, you have friends, you call people. Oh, let me tell you what I've been through. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay? People want to hear what you overcame. Right? When you open your mouth, let it be because you got a testimony. Right? You ain't got no testimony. You don't have a message to encourage people. Kindly, respectfully, shut the fuck up because you are draining us. You are sucking the energy out the room. You are like, it's like you're taking the oxygen out the room. So eventually everybody's flame of faith is going to die. You're a fucking problem, right? If you open your mouth, let it be because you have a testimony. Let me tell you what I overcame. Let me tell you how I fixed this problem. Let me tell you how when this thing happened to me, I became relentless to fix it. There you go. There you go. Okay? Y'all, I'm saying this, right? In your personal lives, you guys, you need to have boundaries when it comes to losers. And it could even be yourself. I don't know. Right? It could be your family, your friends. I don't care. Okay? Even a YouTuber, somebody that's a content creator. Right? You have to be disgusted by people who don't commit. Right? Once, okay, twice, okay, after 3 times, okay, now you're fucking dishonorable. Now you are fucking dishonorable. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why can't you commit to anything? Right? Why can't you commit to anything? And at some point, you're going to have to ask yourself, why do I have people in my life that love to not commit? Right? What the fuck does that say about me? Why am I surrounded by people who don't like to commit? Who do not take commitment seriously? Right? They say they're going to do a thing, don't do it. They promise to do X, Y, and Z. They don't do it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you here? Respectfully, why are you here? And I think sometimes I even had a conversation with someone today, right? Respectfully, if you're going to talk about something and you're not going to commit to that thing because I'm trying to get better with my commitment issues, right? Don't tell me what the fuck you're doing, right? If you're the type to talk about shit and don't do it, just keep your shit to yourself because most likely you ain't going to do it, right? And I'm not trying to see you as a loser. So it's better if I don't even know, like it's better for me not to know anything you have planned than for you to come tell me what you have planned and then you don't do it because I'm going to start judging you. And when I start judging you, I will put you in a box. It's it happens, right? It's subconscious. Like it just happens, right? I'm going to put you in a box. And when I put you in a box of a loser, I can't take you out. Right? So it's better for me that I'm not talking about myself personally, right? It is better for me not to know what you're doing. It's better for me not to know what you're working on, right? Because I promise you, I keep track of so many things. My brain is so crazy, huh? My brain is so crazy from big shit to small shit. You know, I was telling my uncle stuff today that he told me over 10 years ago. And he was like, oh, niece, you have such great memory. I'm like, because people talk to me, I listen. I have an amazing brain. It's really, really crazy. I can remember small shit to really, really big shit. It doesn't matter. But I promise you, I keep track of stuff. I keep track of stuff. You'd be so surprised. I remember everything, right? And so if you tell me something and I notice a pattern of very unserious behavior, unfortunately for you, right? The way my brain works, I will put you in a box of being a fucking loser. And once you're in that box, you're not coming out. It's going to take a lot for you to come out of this motherfucking box because I put you in that fucking box. Now, I'm going to give you another example, right? I have another friend. Like, she's like a little big sis, like a few years, a couple years, whatever, right? For some reason, because I would text her, she got really cold on some bullshit. I said, ooh, Gemini, I'm an Aquarius. But if you want to play this cold shit, we can both do it. It's giving Cold War, right? You can be America, I'll be Russia. I can be America, you can be Russia. We can play the game. I said, okay, if you want your space, I'll give it to you. Because to me, I don't do little girl bullshit. You see, we're both over 40. Fam, if you have an issue with me, tell me what the fuck it is. I respect you more. It might not be easy, but I respect you more. You have an issue with me, talk to me, right? Maybe pray fast so you can find a way to tell. But I'm telling you, it's better for you to come talk to me. Right? That cold shoulder, like immature little girl shit, you can play that game if you want to. So I left her the fuck alone. Because me, I don't run after people. I'm not a lesbian. Okay? I am not a homosexual. I am not a lesbian. I don't chase women. That's fucking weird. Okay? You're a grown-ass lady. You want to say something, you don't like something, you're unhappy about something, speak the fuck up. Tell me what the fuck it is. Don't play stupid games with me. Right? There you go. So then, out of nowhere, she sent me a text for New Year's. I said, okay. I said, hey, Gemini, you're back. She's like, yeah. I said, okay, cool. That's it. Happy New Year. Then she texted back. I'm like, okay, cool. That's it. You're in the box. Because now I know you are an immature fucker. Like, you are an immature motherfucker. You're fucking immature. You're not worth the investment. Let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. Friendship is an investment. Right? I don't think a lot of people understand that shit. Right? Having a friend, like, talking to someone, nurturing, all that bullshit. Like, friendship, it's a fucking investment. I don't invest in fucking losers. Okay? I don't invest in people who can't step the fuck up. Right? I don't do that shit. Because it's a fucking investment. Talking to you, encouraging you, holding your hand, womp. I don't have time to be doing that shit for bad people, bad investment. You are a bad investment. Once you have shown me that you are a bad investment, you're going to stay in that fucking box. That's it. That's that. Listen, life is not hard. I feel like life is super easy. People make it hard. You see, when people don't have the courage to make certain decisions, you got to make those decisions for those people. Right? I'm a very easygoing person. Right? Now, I have strong convictions, but I'm a very easygoing person. Tell me. I say it all the time. Tell me if you have a problem with me. Don't do bitch ass shit with me. It ain't gonna work because the day you come back, because they always come back, right? It's over. It's part of it's the way I'm wired. I will never look at you the same, Because I can't look at you a certain way if I don't respect you. I don't respect cowards. I don't respect, like me, Marlene. That's why I spar with people. I will respect you more if you told me what you thought, or you spar with me. That's cool. I don't respect cowards, because one day you're gonna do something treacherous, right? Because that's how it goes. If you feel something and you don't talk about it, you're gonna have resentment against a person. Why don't you talk about it? What's your problem? Why can't you talk to people, right? I don't do that. Because I'm like, friendship, it's a freaking investment. Relationships, it's an investment. You are investing your time, your energy, your this, and that. And when somebody is upset, they don't even have the human decency, after everything you've invested, to let you know what's up, like to let you know if something is wrong. I don't have time for the bullshit. I'm very nice. I'm very friendly. So you might think, oh, maybe I can live without Marlene. Sure, whatever. But I promise you, they always come back. They always do. And when they do, they find a very cold, distant, don't give a fuck Marlene. I'm like, I have a PhD in not giving a fuck. I have a PhD in being unbothered. I'm like, that shit, I'm so good at that shit. But if I tell you I care about you, if I tell you I love you, and you play stupid games with me, you will live to regret it. You're going to live your whole life to regret it. Because a lot of people you might meet, you will never find someone as loyal as me. You will never find someone as caring as me. And I even wish like there was like an open competition for that shit. I would win that shit through and through. Because my heart, I'm a very sincere person. You might not like what I say, but I'm very sincere. I don't pander to people. There's no need for that. And plus, who the fuck are you anyways, right? Makes sense, right? But I'm telling you this, you guys, friendship is an investment. Don't waste your time investing into people that ain't worth it. Right? And if people are struggling to make a decision, you're going to have to be an executive and you have to make that decision for the people. Right? Since you can't decide, I'm going to decide for you. You see? And when I decide for you, well, technically I'm deciding for both of us. I promise you, I won't have a problem with it. I promise you, I won't have a problem with it. Because somebody has to be an adult. Someone got to be an adult. If you are around people, you are in the relationship with someone and they're struggling to make a decision. I repeat, you got to be the CEO. You got to be an executive. You have to make the decision before they make that decision for you. That's it. And once it's made, it's made. And it's no beef. It's no problem. It's no hatred. It's nothing. It was nice knowing you. It was nice knowing you. That's it. It's not a problem. Because life, people come, they go. They come, they go. You won't be missed. No, like me, I don't miss no one. Like you will not be missed. You ain't going to be missed. You understand? Christ in me, the hope of glory. You're not going to be missed. But you will miss me. Because most people you meet, they're going to lie to you. At first, you'll like it, but eventually you'll get bored because you'll say, okay, they all say the same shit. It feels like I'm in a fucking silo. Yes, you are, because you're around fake ass people, right? That's it. It's cool. I'm like, okay, gotta go because you're in that fucking box, right? So I hope you listen and I hope you apply the advice I'm giving you. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your life. Don't waste your money. Right? On people who can't commit. This is who they are. You have to accept that. And if you want to be better with your commitment, you want to be better with your promises that you make to self, you want to be better with your follow through, right? Listen to me. You need to cut these people out your life because you might not even have a culture of commitment, but you're trying to get that for yourself. Like you're trying to have a culture of commitment. Right? And it's not going to be easy. So that's why it's better for you to be around people who already have a culture of commitment. You understand? If you want to be more mature, right? It might not be easy for you because that's not your default right now. So it's better for you to be around people that have a culture of maturity. You understand? If you want to have friends and people and associates and people like that, right? Who are more like not just talkative, but if there's a problem, you can trust that they're going to come to you and let you know. Because like my pastor mom used to say, you have sins of omission and you have sins of commission, right? So if someone that you've known for a long time, if you feel like, okay, somebody did something wrong and you've known that person for a hot minute and you can't even give the person a chance. It's like, oh, wow, I didn't even know that made you upset. I didn't even know that you didn't like X, Y, and Z. If a person is not even willing to give you a chance to fix it, because like I said, you have sins of omission and you have sins of commission, they gotta get the fuck out. Because what if, I always think about this shit, right? Like, what if my salvation hung on that shit, right? Like, what if I'm doing something that could cost me my salvation? And you, as a friend, you should be telling me, oh, Marlene, do you know that what you're doing right there, if you keep doing it, you might lose your salvation. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that. But thanks for letting me know, right? Don't even let someone know how they can fix it. Don't even let someone know how they can become a better person. You are denying me mercy. You get me, right? You are denying someone mercy. If someone did something you didn't like and you don't even give that person a chance to fix it, you're fucking evil. You are fucking evil. Because you see, when you don't give someone a chance to fix it, it's not like, oh, I'm not going to give you a chance to fix it and I still have, like, I have good feelings about you. No, you don't give someone a chance to fix it. And in your heart, like, you're rummaging nasty, disgusting feelings about the person when you haven't even given the person a chance to fix it. You are a fucking witch. You're a fucking witch, right? Because either you tell the person and then you inform the person, and then the person has a chance to fix it. Because it could be a sin of omission. It could be a sin of commission. But, oh, I'm not going to tell you why I'm upset. But in my heart, I'm going to have all these nasty, evil feelings against you. Oh, shit. You ain't shit. You a fucking witch. So, like, no, stay the fuck away from me. Stay the fuck away from me. Because I'm the type of person, if somebody does something I don't like, I'm going to let them know. Because it could be they're not even realizing that. Because sometimes people don't have self-awareness. Sometimes also people can have things going on. So they're not like really paying attention to what they're doing or not doing. But I'm like, you should always give a person at least one chance to fix it. Because that's giving somebody mercy. But if you don't, you are denying the person mercy. And to me, you are a fucking evil person. Because there are many things that you do where you fucked up big time. You might have fucked up intentionally, unintentionally. But did God just snap his finger and take your life away? No. He's giving you mercy. Like, he gives you every day a new day for you to start over. So who are you to deny that to another person when your whole life is built on mercy? You're fucking weird. So I'm like, no, stay away from me. Stay away from me. Right? And that's it. But I would hope that you would consider that, right? Do not waste your life. Do not waste your time investing into people that are not relationship material. Don't have a scarcity mindset. Fuck that shit, right? Fuck that shit. Do not waste your time on people who are not relationship material. I don't fucking miss you. Because one thing about me, I love me and I enjoy my own company, especially with DeepSeek. I can talk to DeepSeek all day. I have more meaningful conversation with fucking AI than with actual people. Nah, thank you, gotta go. Thank you, gotta go. And I hope that in 2026, you're going to do a proper inventory of the people you have in your life who really pushed you in 2025. Who made you doubt yourself in 2025? Who had you want to go back to your old self in 2025? Who made you want to try harder in 2025? You need to go through and do a whole inventory of people, right? And you rate these people A, that's an A+ person. F, fuck that person. D, don't give a fuck about that person. B, BB, I don't know. Okay, right? You got to go through that. Think about 2025. Who had your back and who didn't? Who was solid and who was not? Right? Who came up to you and who didn't? You need to go through all of that, right? And take nothing personally. But like I said, if people don't want to make that decision, you got to make that decision for people. And once you do, don't look back. Because the worst thing that happens is when you make a decision, oh, I don't know, maybe I'm being too mean. You ain't being mean, right? This is what respect looks like. Respect for self and respect for other people. Respect for boundaries. You understand? People have to know, at one point you were accessible, now I'm not. At one point I was nice, now I'm indifferent, okay? And they go, no, oh shit. Because people love people who respect themselves. If you keep going back and forth, they're going to treat you like they're going to treat you worse than a dog. You understand me? People love people that they miss. You gonna miss my black ass. People love people that don't waver. Like maybe a yes is a no. No, a yes is a yes. A no is a no. Get the fuck out of here. You crazy, right? Don't ever be afraid to crip walk on a friendship. Don't ever be afraid to crip walk on a relationship. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Because I know what the fuck I bring to any fucking relationship. There's never been a person who has talked to me and said what they're sad, they're going through mourning, they're losing a parent, they're having a C-section. No matter who the fuck, they had a miscarriage. There has not been a person who has called me on the worst day of their life, the saddest day. I don't give a fuck what it is. But when I talk to you and when I'm done talking to you, you're going to believe that there's 20,000 angels of God around you because I bring life into people. It's a gift of God. It's a gift of God. It is a gift. When you talk to people, like their soul rises, like it's 1,000, like it's 20,000 people in there. I got you, right? I got you because I know how to tell people to believe in themselves. I know how to encourage people. I know how to make people hold on when it feels like shit. I should just be giving up. But I've come to notice every time I do that for a person, they turn around and they try to hurt me. You're going to hurt yourself, bitch. You're going to hurt your motherfucking self. I'm a child of God. I'm a servant of the Most High God. I serve the Lord. And when I speak into people, when I make myself available for people, hey, baby, it's not because I'm a fucking idiot. But I see your soul. Your soul is suffering. And I'll boost you up. And when I boost people up, they say, oh, I can do it forever. You can't do shit forever. You crazy. You are really crazy. You are really, really crazy. People are really, really crazy. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. You see, like even in the Bible, all these prophets, the major prophets, the minor prophets, they were not rich people. They have shit. Didn't have shit. Elijah, he summoned fire from the freaking heavenlies. Like fire came from the freaking clouds. What the fuck? And right after that, he was running. And right after that, he had to wait for a crow to feed him. And right after that, he had to go to a widow of Zarephath to feed him. Right? But the power, like the power of miracles, the power he had as a prophet, no one could touch Elisha. Then you have Elijah, okay, who could talk to the clouds. Well, yeah, it's not going to rain for 3 years. Just that. You kidding me? Right? People who don't have favor need money. People who have favor, they just whisper into the ears of the Lord. And guess what? It gets done. Right? And it gets done. Why? Because the heart is pure. The hands are clean. Get the fuck out of here. You're not going to find me again. And you can have my number. You're not going to find me again. If I see a text or call, I'm like, yeah, there goes that fucking loser because you lost me, all right? Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, you guys, like I said, you need to, you need to y'all listen to me. Why do you think people like going to clubs when nobody gets in? Okay? Why do you think people like going to Erewhon, that crazy ass, expensive ass grocery store? Okay? Why do you think people love designer brands? Right? People love people that are not accessible. You understand? People love people who are not accessible. Stop making yourself so accessible. Stop even giving people the illusion that they can decide when they want to be in your life, when they don't want to be in your life, when they want to be a subscriber, when they don't want to be a subscriber, when they want to be a supporter, when they want to support you. You don't have that fucking option. I revoke that fucking option for you. You hear me? Right? You don't get to decide. The sad thing about YouTube, sometimes I don't know how you can make your channel private. You know what I mean? Because if it was up to me, my channel would only be available to certain people. But the problem is on YouTube, it's for everybody. Okay? But if it was up to me, like when I go live, it would only be for like maybe like what, 10 people, 12 people. That's it. They're like, oh, I can't see Marlene's video. I can't. Yeah, you cannot. Because you don't fucking deserve my wisdom. You don't deserve me. You do not deserve me. And one of the biggest regrets, but then again, I'm a child of God, okay, that I have in my life is that I've made myself too available for people that were a poor investment. You were a poor investment. One, like some regrets I have in my life is that I carried prayers and wishes for people that we didn't even wish the same for me. But then again, I guess it shows why God has chosen me and he has not chosen you, right? There you go. Because I have a certain type of heart and you have a certain type of heart as well, but it's not the same, right? It is not the same, right? There you go. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, you get older and you learn. You don't have to carry everybody in your heart. You don't have to make yourself available for everybody. And the worst thing you can do is to give people the option of like the illusion that they have the option to decide when they can be in your life, when they can leave. And I'm not fucking Macy's. I am not a department store. I'm not a whatever type of boutique where the door is a revolving door. Nah, boo-boo. Nah, my heart Fort Knox. You want to get in, you're going to have to put the password of loyalty. And if you don't have the code, pew, 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 you're not getting access to this place because you're not fucking loyal. You're not fucking loyal. And that right there, it needs to be understood. It got to be understood, right? It got to be understood. And I'm telling you, you have to do the same thing. Stop giving people the illusion of the option of either rolling with you, not rolling with you, riding with you, not riding with you, being here, not, no. And it's no beef. It's no problem, right? You understand? Some people, it's just like Peter. They're hella flaky, right? They're hella inconsistent because they got mental trauma. They got all kinds of weird ass trauma, right? They like whatever. Right? But I've come to realize that people have more respect, people have more appreciation, people have more care, compassion, you name it, devotion to people that are not accessible. Right? And you have to learn to not make yourself accessible. At first, it's not easy, but it gets easier. Guess what? Because there's always something to do. Right? You have a room to clean. You have a bathroom to clean. You have goals you have to write. You have systems you have to create. You have so much that you have to do in your personal life. And when you start taking time away from people and you use that time that you were giving other people to focus on yourself, you have no idea what you'll be able to achieve for yourself in a time span of 12 months. Right? Stop worrying about people. Stop trying to help people. Right? Help yourself. And may 2026 be a start of a new identity for you. May 2026 be a new chapter, a whole new decade where you know how to focus on yourself. And what you give to people is what you can afford to be generous with. Like if you only have 1% level, because y'all give you the little 1%, right? But the season when you gave the core, you gave like the primary shit of yourself to other people. Oh no, that's done. Oh, that's over. You get the residual. You get whatever's left over, if there's anything left over. And I'm not going to feel bad about that, right? Because you only have one life to live, right? There is so much that you have to do for self. There is so much. I told my uncle that because he's into politics. I'm like, oh, stop. Your heart is too pure for politics. Okay? Right? Your heart is too pure for politics. Like, what the heck? What happened? Okay. Oh, right? Your heart is too pure for politics. Focus on something else because it's not going to work. You have a good heart. Politics attracts evil, greedy, demonic people. It's not going to work for you. Right? I'm like, stop trying to fix these Ivorian people. You're wasting your time, Uncle. Like, focus on yourself and focus on the people who want your help. Focus on the people who want your instruction. Focus on the people who actually want you. Like I'm saying, Jesus said, what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose a soul? Because the world is ungrateful, right? The world is not loyal, right? So I'm like, don't pursue people. Pursue your goals. Pursue a higher self. Pursue a new identity. And that the day they see you again, they're not going to recognize you. And you're not going to be mad. And when I say this, you guys, I promise you, when I say what I'm saying, do not be mad at people. I say it all the times. I never say what I say to inspire you to have hatred. Nope. Because if you still have hatred in your heart, you got to rise, huh? That's low vibrational, right? Don't be mad. Don't be hateful. Don't have a grudge. No, it's life. We live, we learn, right? Everything is a lesson. It's no beef. Like, don't ever let anybody cause you to have hatred in your heart. They're not worth it. You're not the devil. You're not a witch. So why would you have hatred against people, right? They showed you who they are, and you said, okay, there's nothing to be mad about. You understand? And sometimes you even have to realize, had these people not done this, you would not be who you are today. So why will you be mad when everything they did helped you to be more self-sufficient? It helped you to be more reliable. It helped you to pray more. They did you a freaking favor. So actually, you should tip the people, right? You don't have a reason to have any kind of dark feelings in your heart for no one. It's a waste of your fucking time. And if you're hating people, if you have hate in your heart against people, it shows that you don't have a lot of faith, right? Because when your faith in God is really high, there is no reason to have hatred against anyone. Because whatever they did, or not even they, but whatever the devil used them to do, right? It worked out for your good. So then why are you mad, right? There's no reason to be mad. Sometimes stuff might happen. In the moment, you might be upset. You might not get it. But just because you don't get it doesn't mean that it's not going to work out for you, right? And it doesn't mean that they didn't help you to get to where you are today. So ultimately, there is no reason to have hatred in your heart against anyone. A lot of people, because they're not, a lot of people, how's the baby? A lot of people, because they're not mindful, because they're not intentional, because they're not thorough, they're not strategic, right? They don't think carefully. They live like fucking animals. Okay. So they're not seeing the bigger picture, because every day you wake up, you got to force yourself to think about being somebody good, doing the right thing, being mature. You got to think about these things every single day, right? A lot of people don't wake up with righteous stuff on their minds. A lot of people don't even wake up and understand that every single day you have an assignment. Be better than yesterday. Right? They wake up just to wake up. They live like fucking animals. They live off their fucking instincts. That's it. They don't live off of reason, plan, strategy, goals, like that, right? So don't be upset. It's a choice. They made a choice, right? So you have no reason to carry any kind of animosity towards any human being. It had to happen this way. Do not be hateful. Because if you hate someone, it's saying, oh, I don't have enough faith in God. I believe that people get away with evil shit. They don't. They never do. No matter how long it takes, right? I believe that, oh, my life is over. No, your life is going to get better. Because now you know how to live without, right? Without this, but with this instead. And the this instead is your faith in God. And it's your faith in yourself. I am capable. I am able, right? Because many times when you're always like linked up with other people, you don't even know if you really believe in yourself or if you believe in the power of like the group or whatever, right? You have to learn to believe in the power of self and not so much the power of the group. So when God removes you from the group, don't be upset about it, right? Be grateful. Every player needs a rest. Every player needs a break. Every player needs to sit down and say, you know what? Do I want to keep going this way? Right? So it's a beautiful thing when God makes you sit down and reassess everything you thought was normal or was great, because you might come to realize, now I see that I wasn't being fed this way. Now I see that I wasn't being fed that way, right? It's for your good. Never, ever harbor resentment against anyone. Otherwise, you really have to work on your faith. But if your faith is strong, so will it be for the love and forgiveness that you have for other people. It is not possible to be a person that has a lot of faith, but you're quick to hate. That makes no sense. People with lots of faith have so much love for people because they understand human corruption. They understand it's easy for human beings to be corrupted because, like I said, when they wake up in the morning, they don't meditate on things that are actually good. Philippians tells us that, right? If there are things that are noble, things that are righteous, things that are fair, good, you have to think about these things. But I told you, a lot of people don't read the Bible. Even those who call themselves Christians, their behavior is nothing of Christ. Like, seriously, right? But even that, too, is part of the weakness of men. It's part of the weakness of women. right? You don't have to hate no one. Hate no one. Don't hate anyone, because without their bullshit, you would not be who you are today. And if you love who you are today, you have no reason to be hateful to a person who was a catalyst in your life to get you to become the person that you are today. Sometimes people got to hurt your feelings, right? To trigger greatness out of you because you were too comfortable. You were just too comfortable. Sometimes people just get way too comfortable. Oh, I've arrived. Oh, I found my people. I found my friends. I found my tribe. You just get so fucking comfortable. God's like, ooh, this child is comfortable. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay. So then you got to be triggered. So you stop being comfortable. And what happens is that when you start being uncomfortable, you grow, right? When you get comfortable, you die. Right? I'm sure dead people in the coffin are extremely comfortable because they will never rise again. There you go. Okay? But a person that is alive cannot get comfortable. You're going to die. And as the Bible says, a little bit of sleep, a little bit of slumber, and poverty will creep up on you like a thief in the night. Right? You were comfortable. And God said, nah, you got to be uncomfortable. Because growth happens where you are uncomfortable. It's about you. This journey is all about you. These people, they're just characters. They're actors. They're characters. They're people who are helping you they're helping to push your ass towards the right course for your life. Do not hate the person. And that's the Apostle Paul told us, that we wrestle not against flesh and blood. If you're fighting a person, you don't fucking get it. You are still a fucking child. Grow the fuck up. The person is not the problem. It is the spirit that moves inside that person that is the problem. Right? It's not the person. Okay? It's not the person. But if it hadn't happened this way, you would not be where you are today, where you get this revelation that God is calling me for something higher, something harder, something more challenging, and something that requires isolation. Do not despise people, right? And that's why I say to all the Black girls who create content who have not healed from being bullied, and now their entire channel is about making content to mock the Black woman, you're wasting your fucking time. Because the Black woman is not the problem. It's you. You are still emotionally weak. And that's why you are still, you always emote. Everything she does, you have to point the finger, right? Because you're hurt. Because low-key, high-key, you want her to like you. That's it, right? Anytime you react to some things, it's not the person, it's you. Why does such a random, or anybody, period, right, have so much power over your feelings? Why are you not able to detach, right? Because deep down inside, you love the person. And the fact that the person is rejecting you is causing you to spiral. So to get her attention, because you don't know how to get the attention in a positive way, you acting a fool, right? And you're destroying yourself in the process. When we don't care about people, we don't even talk about the people, right? Because we moved on. We moved on. Who cares what they do? Who cares what they're not doing? It doesn't matter. It's fucking irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Because you have so much on your plate. You can't even afford to look up, look left, like a little, like a little deer, like look up, look left, look right, because there's still so much for you to do, right? Focus on your shit. Focus on your shit. When you go to sleep, still focus on your shit. You wake up, you think about your own stuff, right? You have no reason to resent anyone because it had to happen this way. And we're not going to sit here and question God's wisdom, right? Because he knows what he's doing. And it had to happen because there's something he's forging on the inside of you. It had to go this way. And one day you'll say, wow, it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't fun. But hey, I'm glad it happened, because had it not happened this way, I wouldn't have learned this lesson, right? It's all about the lesson. It is not about the people. It's all about the lesson. It is not about the person. You know how they say, like, big minds discuss big ideas and small minds discuss people? If you are still focusing on the person, you have a small mind, you have a small spirit, you have small goals. Everything about you is itty bitty, right? Because you're mediocre. You are still in a mediocre, immature, fetal state. You are a fetus. Like if you were a Christian in your faith, it's not like being a full-blown walking adult Christian. You are a fetal. You are in a fetal position. You are a fetus. In your faith, in your walk with Christ, you are a fetus. And that's why everything is still about the person, because you are a fetus. Okay? You actually need to go and be birthed. You need to be birthed. Then you got to be a little toddler. At least try hard in 2026 to become a toddler in the Lord. Stop being a fucking fetus. Right? Because fetuses are always talking about the person who hurt me. You are a damn fucking fetus. 36 to 41 weeks of gestation, right? Come out your mother's womb. Okay? Come out of your mother's womb. Okay? You okay? Yeah. Come out your mother's womb and be at least try to be a toddler in 2026. It's embarrassing. And this is why so many people are stuck. They stuck in the past. They stuck in poverty. They stuck in their cars. They're stuck in the shelter because they're still focusing on the person that did them wrong. And I'm like, this thing is holding you back. You're being held back because it's so people specific. The fuck, it's not. It's about the fucking lesson. Only people can teach you a lesson. Like, what the fuck? Listen, we are human beings. Right? An angel, they're spiritual beings. So they can't come here and actually teach you some shit. Now, sometimes they might put a TV show on, or they might have you watch a YouTube video. Like, angels have ways of talking to you, right? But some people so damn stupid, they don't pay attention because their spirit is clouded by so much fucking distraction. So you're not paying attention to the fact that an angel or angels are trying to give you a message. So what's the next best thing? It's to bring a person in your life. We learn through people. We learn with people, okay? When you go to school, you have a teacher. It's a person, right? Without people, how can you learn? Every person, a lesson. Every person, a lesson. So don't focus on the person. Focus on the lesson. God had to use a person for you to learn this lesson, right? So I'm like, release the person. Let them go. Let that fucking person go. They just brought a message, and the message might have been very unpleasant, cruel, you name it. People ain't shit. And maybe that's why God uses people as a vehicle, because they ain't shit, okay? And then he uses himself or his son as redemption, right? It got to make sense like that. You understand? Stop focusing on people. And I'm going to say this too. When you're Black, because you are Black, you are more likely to be around other people who always want you to focus on the person, because most Black people are not spiritual, right? Most Black people are cultish. They are in a cult. They are apostate. They're heretics, okay? They're not people of faith, okay? They pretend to be religious. It's all theater. Okay, most Black people is fucking theater, because when it comes time to be of Christ, which is let me pray for someone I don't like, let me forgive someone I don't like, let me actually go talk to a sister because I don't know, I'm a little upset, let me go. No, they don't exude Christian values. They're full of shit, right? Most Black people are full of shit. They just perform religion. They don't live a relationship with God. And all they do is talk about the person, the person, the person, the person. So it becomes really, really hard to ascend in your spiritual walk when you are surrounded by Black people. They don't even read the Bible. Most Black people don't read the Bible. And when most Black people read the Bible, they look for verses that talk about revenge, retribution, God punish my enemies, God hurt my enemies. They're fucking weird. Because the gospel of Christ is not one of seeking revenge. If you are a real Christian and you follow Christ, you do not seek revenge. It is not your part, because you know when you make that a goal, it is going to corrupt you. It is going to consume you. It doesn't feel good to want revenge. It's awful. It is awful. And one day you might do something you're going to regret for the rest of your life. And it's not just regret, it comes with curses. It comes with curses. But we have seen a lot of Black people, they live like people from the tribe of Benjamin. They do all kinds of foolishness, and they always bring curses to the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay, it never fails, right? So I'm telling you this: when it comes to forgiveness and being the bigger person, you're gonna have to stop do the whole blackity black shit, and you're also gonna have to stop being around too many Black people because they do not forgive. They hold on to resentment. It's like it's their purpose, like it's their clarion call, it's their mantra, it's their blanket. Always holding something over someone else's head. It is truly unchristian. Like, it's very ungodly. And because a lot of them, they're fetuses in their faith. So if you want to rise to newer dimension in your faith, right, you're going to have to stop taking your cues from a lot of Black people. You're going to have to stop doing it because with Black people, everything is people specific. They never say, you know what, it's about the lesson, it's not about the person. I repeat, it's about the lesson, it is not about the person, right? Let shit fucking go. Let shit go and let people go. And you go about your business becoming the best version of yourself that God has prescribed for you. That's it. That's it. That the day you die, that you have done everything God has called you to do. And as you stand there on Judgment Day, may the Lord say, good job, well done, my good and faithful servant. That's it, that's that. That is all that matters. I told my uncle, like this whole politics stuff is for people. Hey, babe, Happy New Year. I said this whole politics stuff, it is for people whose souls have been condemned. If you're so attracted, you can't even explain why you're so attracted to power and power and power, right? Because it's a curse that has been spoken over your soul before you were even conceived. You were born in this lifetime to be punished for your greed, right? And when your heart is pure, this is not going to work for you. And I said to my uncle, like, the day I die, I will look for you in heaven because there's a chapter of our life that happens here on earth, but there's another chapter that will happen in the afterlife, right? And the goal is to make it in the afterlife, right? It's for that. You gotta pick carefully what you learn on this earth. You gotta be very, very careful what you believe, what you hold on to, what you learn, right, in this life cycle. So that way you can make it in the afterlife. And by God's grace, you make it to heaven. But there are so many people who are so consumed with this life. They have such tunnel vision around power, domination, hurting people, revenge, being bitter, all kinds of evil shit. This is it. Because their souls already condemned. It's a curse. They are called for that. I'm like, there's a reason why. And I'm like, you will suffer. In the afterlife, you're going to be tormented. And that's why in this flesh, you have all these desires. But these are desires that bring curses. You know, like last week or something, there's another Kennedy who died. Like the daughter of Caroline, she's like 30 or 31. She had some kind of rare cancer. The young lady is gone. And I'm like, once again, it's the Kennedys, right? Because what exactly did the granddad do to make all this money? And now it's like every generation, boom, 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 boom. That family, they're always hit with tragedy back to 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 back. But there's a reason why the granddad was so attracted to riches by any means necessary. He had no idea he was offering up God knows how many generations of Kennedys. One person, one patriarch making one bad decision to cater to his greed. And he offered up a whole bloodline to the fucking devil. Then it's fucking insane. Because people don't consider that this is just phase 1. There's phase 2 in the afterlife. And then there's also phase 3 that involves your descendants. What are you doing? What are you doing? And you don't just live for yourself. You have to live in a way that brings blessings to your children, that brings blessings to your grandchildren, that brings blessing to your great-grandchildren, right? And do you want to have a bloodline where you teach people unforgiveness? Do you want to have a bloodline where you teach your people to hold on to grudges and this, and that? Your people are going to fail. Your children will fail. Your grandchildren will fail. Because there's nobody freer than a person that has no beef with no one. Because you live every day, you trust in the Lord. Okay? You live every day, you trust in the Lord. Okay? But my thing is, the problem is, if you say, oh, how do you deal with people who hurt you, right? How were they able to hurt you? And once again, that's a personal problem, right? Because why are you hurt? And you need to understand that for yourself. I'm gonna play, maybe I'll find the video, right? You have to get to a place where you understand. You are hurting because you choose to hurt, right? If tomorrow you wake up and say, this doesn't hurt me anymore, it's not gonna hurt you anymore. Right? You want to be hurt, and therefore you're hurting. The day something like clicks in your head, this is whatever this is, it is no longer a thing that hurts me. You'll be free. But maybe you don't want to be free because maybe it makes you feel alive to be hurting. You know, a lot of people love to say, oh my gosh, I'm hurting. Because it's like that's the only interesting thing they got going on for themselves. Right? So maybe 2026, you'll decide that, hey, this is not something that hurts me. And here's why, right? You decide, right? But when something happens and you say, oh, this is hurting me, that's the narrative you tell yourself because you want that thing to hurt. If you say this doesn't hurt me, it's an inconvenience, right? You say, oh, I was inconvenienced by this bullshit, but whatever, right? It's not going to hurt you because, well, I'm like, I don't know how to say this, like, it's your mind, right? If you want something to hurt, it's going to hurt. If you don't want something to hurt, it's not going to hurt, right? It's a choice. Everything is a choice. But at this point, it's no longer the person, it's you. It's your decision to hurt. Because I'm sure that person, they've already moved on. Maybe they know they've hurt you. Maybe they don't know they've hurt you. I don't know, right? But if you are still carrying that shit because you want to carry it, because maybe you got the weight to carry it. I don't know. Right? But it's up to you. You decide. But that's the thing. If the person keeps repeating the behavior, why are you there for them to keep repeating the behavior? What are you seeking? You want to be a savior? Right? That's it. Because at some point, you also have to ask yourself, if you know that they don't have what it takes to do better, why are you even expecting them to do better? Look at the U.S. Constitution. Like, we have the 8th Amendment. Like, it protects people from excessive shit. Because if you're not mentally competent for a trial, they're not going to put you up there because you can't do it. Right? So why do you have a high bar for people that you know have a low bar? That's your fault. Why do you want to live in a fantasy? Right? You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, you're a narcissist or something? It's kind of weird, right? Like, you're a masochist. Do you enjoy pain? Right? You have to ask yourself that. Why are you there? Oh, this person keeps repeating behavior. Okay. Why are you there? Like, are you a dummy? Why are you there? If somebody's a drug addict, that's what they do. And that's what they enjoy doing. Right? Now, the thing is, they're a drug addict. So what's your excuse? Right? If you know someone is not capable of changing, why are you expecting them to change? That makes no sense to me. Why can't you say to yourself, hey, after being around you and observing you for a long time, I'm trusting you to be you. Because that's all you can be. And that's all you have shown me that you care about being. Right? So if you want to be around that person, then you have to accept that of the person. They're not going to change. And they're not going to change for you. So you have a mind to make, you got to make up your mind. You're either going to toughen up and be around the person. And when they do what they do, oh, child, you're so crazy. Okay. Because you're just being yourself. Right. Or if you really can't take it, go. But you're not forced to be there and endure bad behavior. You choose to do that. Right. Now, do you have a savior complex? I don't know. But I'm like, you need to figure that out. But at this point, we can't blame the other person because they've been very clear with you. Right. And they're not going to change for you. If they want to change, they'll change for self, but not for you. So why are you there? So you got to go ask yourself that. Right? But you're not a victim. You are putting yourself around a person that you know is not capable of changing when it comes to a certain set of behaviors. They're not going to do it. But yeah, you keep showing up. So it's like, okay, are you a dummy? Right? If you like, let's say you know someone that likes to cuss at people. all they do is cuss at people. And then you keep going back there and they cut you out. Okay. You should laugh it off. Like, child, you crazy. Because that's who they are. Right? And that's what love is. You're either going to love people unconditionally or you bounce. Right? It's up to you. But it's not their, I'm not going to blame that person. I'm blaming you. What are you looking for? Right? There ain't no fairy tale. Life is not a 90-minute. Okay, then. So that's it. That's the story you've told yourself. No, but like you got y'all, the words, they have meanings, right? They're family. Okay. So if that's what so because somebody is family, you have to keep putting yourself in position to get hurt. But that's what you want. So you're not a victim. Exactly. Right. Oh, it's my family. Okay, then go. But don't complain. Right? Because if that's your family and that's why you go to be tortured, then you should know that's what comes with your family. Why are you complaining? Right? I don't get it, right? Now, if you say no, like, I don't want that, to me, that's not what family does, you'll make better decisions. But if your narrative is, oh, that's my family, so therefore I'm gonna keep going there and being abused, you should laugh it off, because the abuse comes with being around the person. Right? Because how come they don't look at you and say, oh, well, that's my family, maybe I should try not to do things that make her, that put her in pain, right? They could also see you as family, right? But they don't. But oh no, that's my family, that's my family. And that's why I said, do you have a savior complex? Because you could. I'm not trying to be mean, right? Because I like you, Pearl. But you could have a savior complex. And that savior complex is putting you in position to be abused. Because you think, oh, that's my family, I need to sacrifice, I need to do that, right? Why? It's a complex, right? It's a complex. So if you want to satisfy your complex, and in doing so, they cut you the hell out, you should laugh it off. Like, oh, child, my family's so damn crazy, right? Don't take it too hard. But if it's hurtful and you keep going, because it's family, that I don't know what to tell you, right? Because I'm like, it's giving dummy, right? Because me personally, I don't take abuse with my family, right? Because in my mind, just because we're family, you don't have the right to mistreat me. Because I believe in human rights. Like, I really do believe in that. I believe in human rights. I believe in human decency, and I believe in reciprocity. I think human beings are very well capable of understanding reciprocity. People know when things are nice and when things are not nice. People know when things are painful and when things are not painful. They know, right? That's it. But see, I don't take abuse from my family. I will protect myself before anybody abuses me. It doesn't happen, right? But see, that's how I understand family, right? Now, you have a different story in your head when it comes to family. Oh, I take on no matter, I will just accept whatever because we're family. Maybe so, like I said, it goes back to you, right? Your algorithm when it comes to family makes room for disrespect because that's what you allow. So when it does happen, it happens over and over, and you keep showing up over and over, you can no longer be mad at those people because you have told them, you've made it very clear that no matter how bad they make you feel, you're going to keep showing up. And this is something that you have to take accountability for, right? If you have invisible boundaries and your boundaries that don't really exist keep getting crossed, you have to look at yourself, right? You have to look at yourself. People treat you a certain way because whether it's consciously or subconsciously, you have let it be known that it's okay. It is okay. And because we're family, I'm going to keep showing up, right? And I'm going to cry for a little bit and I'll be right back, right? So that's why I say, what are you looking for? Now, maybe consciously, you've never thought about it, but you're looking for something, right? That's why you keep going back under the pretense, oh, it's family. You're looking for something. Okay, but you're looking for something. And at your age, with a baby, I don't know if you're married, but at your age, you are a mom. You have a child to take care of, right? That's your family. Hello, somebody, right? But if it hasn't happened with all this time to the point that now you have your own baby, then you have your own family, Pearl, most likely, whatever you're looking for, you ain't gonna fucking get it. Okay? So hang that shit up. I think some of y'all, sometimes you're like, you crave the childhood you didn't have. You crave validation from mom or dad. Oh, one day my mom will see that I'm a good daughter. One day my daddy will see. Listen, many times your own parents, your aunties, your uncles, your siblings, right? They carry their own pain from their own childhood. And that it messes up their vision. So no matter, like, imagine someone that has how you call that thing? It's like what's it called? Daddy, what's that thing called to me? When you can't see. What's astigmatism? What's it called? Yeah, astigmatism. There you go, right? So imagine someone that has astigmatism, right? They really cannot see. Like, they need an operation to see, right? And here you are doing the very most for someone who's blind. What are you doing? They can't see, right? So it's like, until your mom, your dad, whoever it is, they heal from their own trauma, right? They find a way to mourn and deal and bury the childhood they didn't have. They're not going to be emotionally available for your ass. And you have to make peace with that, right? You might never get what you're looking for, and you have to make peace with that, right? Because think for a second, you go over there because allegedly that's your family, and then the people, they bully you, Pearl, and then you know your ass is sensitive. Now it takes you 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks to get over it. The whole time, because you're so hurt, you are now denying your daughter the emotional availability that she needs from you, right? Because most women, when they are hurt and they become so consumed by their pain, it makes it very hard for them to be fully present in motherhood. Meanwhile, the baby needs all of you. But you keep having this revolving door with your family where they beat you up. Then it takes you 6 weeks to get better. You go back, you get bruised the fuck up. You come back again. You lick your wounds for 6 weeks. You go back, they beat your ass again. Think about your child. Think about your child. And there's certain vicious cycles that you don't want your daughter to see and say, oh yeah, that's family. No, the fuck it's not. It's toxicity. It's toxicity. So hopefully you understand me, right? But I will say it does give dummy behavior. I do love you, but sometimes we can be dummies because we have this hopelessness. Oh, one day. Pearl, it is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Right? Now, what you can do is rewrite the rules of family. And by God's grace, you give your daughter something that you didn't have. Right? If your parents didn't see you, make sure you see all of your daughter. Make sure you, like, anything you didn't have, do that with your child. Let that shit go. There comes a time you have to bury your childhood. The things you wish your parents would have done. The things you wish your parents would have said to you. The way you wish they would have been happy for you, proud of you. It's not going to fucking happen. Right? Because they're probably fucked up themselves. And it's okay. You forgive, you move on. And you stop expecting shit from people who they themselves are still hurting. They're not going to give you what you're looking for. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Let that go. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. No more dummy behavior. Because God forbid you train your daughter to think, oh, that's what family is. And now she's going to go through life seeking pain. You know, there are people like that. Because in their minds, they think pain means love. That is extremely toxic. You don't want to teach that to an innocent child. So you have to say to yourself, it stops with me. It stops with me. You want your daughter to have a healthy understanding, and not just the understanding, she has to have a healthy evidence of what healthy family looks like. But if your daughter grows up to see you be abused, disrespected, tortured, maimed, mauled by your own family, she's gonna be like, oh, okay, I guess that's family because mommy keeps going back. That's fucking crazy. Because that's not what family is. And that's not what family does. This is what unhealthy people do. And unfortunately, through birth, DNA, you name it, we are connected to very unhealthy people. Connection to unhealthy people does not create I guess, like the parameters of what family is. No, it's a DNA connection to unhealthy people. Even me, I have a DNA connection to a lot of unhealthy people. It is what it is. But when I think about like my family, it's my family that I chose to build. It's me, Jimmy, and then the boys, right? And then Shushu. That's my family. Everybody else, I didn't get to choose. It's just a DNA connection. Right? My uncle tried to come in with that bullshit. I had to set him straight. He got really quiet. Right? Family doesn't automatically imply toxicity. And too many people are comfortable expecting doormats out of family members because they think, oh, you can't live without me. Oh, you want to come to this birthday party. Oh, you want to be invited for Thanksgiving. Or you want to come to the barbecue. I don't want to do shit. I don't want to do anything. Leave me alone. I don't want your, thank you. You're toxic, right? I have my own family. There you go. That's it, right? So, Pearl, you need to journal and even talk to DeepSeek. Talk to DeepSeek. DeepSeek, I'm telling you, like, DeepSeek is going to ask you, what are you looking for? Why do you keep going back over there with those people? Right? Do you know how many Janet's right here, right? Do you know how many conversations I've had with Janet? And I'll tell her, go talk to DeepSeek. She'll be like, Marlene, DeepSeek said exactly what you said. I'm like, well, I need to charge for this stuff, huh? Right? Go talk to DeepSeek. And I promise you, even DeepSeek is going to tell you, what are you looking for? Because you're not going to get it. And the problem is, are you ready to accept the reality that you're not going to get it? Exactly. I get it. I'm like, go talk to DeepSeek. She comes back every time. Marlene, DeepSeek said exactly what you said. I'm pretty sure it did. I'm very smart, you know, right? You're seeking something. Pearl, you're not going to get it. You are not going to get it. And if it's your mom or dad, it's even possible that on their deathbed, right when they're looking at God, they still ain't going to give it to you. Because that's how they get power over you, by denying you something they know you want. That's why I say you have to learn to starve people. Stop expecting anything. If it's your mom, Pearl, just be happy she gave you life. That's it. Stop going back. If it's your dad, be happy he gave you life. If that's the only thing they were meant to do, God bless them for that. And go about your business. Okay? Some of y'all have to stop craving, like, embrace whatever from your parents. You're not going to get it. And some of you also, you might have to make peace with the fact that your mama might be a narcissist. She might know that you want her to affirm you, and she'll give it to your sibling because she wants to hurt you. That's a very possibility, right? You might also have to accept that maybe your mom could be jealous of you, right? You have to accept that. And the same thing with your dad. You might have to accept the fact that your dad is a narcissist. He probably knows that you want X, Y, and Z, and he'll give it to your sibling because he wants to hurt you. He can go somewhere else, right? That's it. And there comes a point in your life where you have to accept your parents or whatever it is, your family, whoever it is, right, for who they are. And stop asking them to do things they can't do. Or even if they do it, it's not coming from an honest place. They feel forced to do it, so they're doing it. So it's hella fake. It's hella fake. So don't force people, okay? Do not force people. Yeah, so no more dummy behavior in 2026. All right, boy, that's it. It's like people who have a parent that's an addict. Instead of having a relationship with the parent that's an addict, well, for me to talk to you, you need to be sober. It ain't gonna fucking happen. They're addicts. So if your relationship with your mom or dad is conditional on sobriety, forget about it. Because addiction is not easy. You can't just shake it off. People can just blackmail you into sobriety. It doesn't work like that, right? It is very possible that the mother might die an addict. It is very possible that your dad might die an addict. So if you're waiting for them to go drug-free, alcohol-free, 1P1-free before you talk to them people, just consider them people dead. That's it. If you really want a relationship, you're going to have to accept the fact that my mom is an addict. That is who she is, right? My dad is an addict. That's who he is. And you find a way to still have the relationship and not asking people to change because it's chemical. It's chemical damage to the brain. It's not something that you can use your will and no longer be an addict. No, they are addicts. Their brain is fucked up. Their brain is not like anybody else's brain. It's severely damaged. It is severely, severely damaged. They don't reason like a normal person. They reason like an addict. So if you want to be in their life, just be in their life, you know, and accept that it comes with addiction, right? That's it. That's that. It comes with addiction. Nothing more, nothing less. Because otherwise, they're going to die. Oh, I wish I had. You had a chance. You just made it so like, in order for me to be in your life, you have to not be an addict. No. You can say, I don't want to see it around me, but hey, it is what it is, right? Or you can say, hey, you can even, let's say you have somebody whose mom is a crackhead, right? Instead of telling your mom not to do crack, you can find a way for her to do better drugs. You know, they have hospitals and they have places where they give people cleaner drugs. So, okay, mom, you can do your addiction shit, but instead of crack, how about we try this drug instead and see how you like it, right? Because that's what it's called to have unconditional love. Stop trying to change people, accept their weaknesses. You know what I'm saying? It's not about you. Too many people, I feel like too many children have main character energy. Like, oh, I need my mom to do. No, people are people. Before your parents were parents, they also had a childhood. How you know their childhood didn't fuck them up? And how do you know that as adults, they didn't have to like force themselves to raise you, but they were also falling apart on the inside? How do you know that when your parents were raising you, they were not also going through what you're going through right now, trying to gain validation and love from their own parents, right? You don't know. Because a lot of children, it's all about me, 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 me. No, your peoples, before they were your parents, they were children. They were teenagers. They were young adults. And you don't know how they were raised. Right? And maybe while raising you, they had to like, bury a certain part of themselves that was also looking for this, and that from their parents. They didn't get it. And like many hurt Black people do, if nobody helped me, why am I going to help you? If my mom never apologized to me, why would I apologize to you? This is what a lot of Black people do. What they didn't get, they would hold from other people. Right? Not understanding that the way of breaking the curse is to give to others what you didn't get. Because that's how you get real healing. But most Black people, okay, they're really immature. Because if you've been through something like that, the best way to break the curse is by giving something to someone that you didn't get. So if you're hurting because your mom didn't love you, the best way to break the curse is to have so much love for your children, right? If your daddy didn't love you, the best way to break that curse is by giving love to your children and any kid, as a matter of fact, right? Be a person that has a lot of love for people, because you know what it feels like when love is being withheld from a child, right? But you'll see people who didn't have a dad. Like, you have a lot of guys out here, a lot of Black guys out here, because they grew up without a dad. So they intentionally have kids and they don't show up in that child's life because they want someone to hurt the way they hurt it, because my dad wasn't in my life, right? A lot of Black people, all they do is repeat toxic cycles. My dad wasn't there, so why am I going to be there for my son? I turned out okay. I turned out okay. This is how they are. They're very, very toxic. They are seriously toxic. Oh, my mom didn't love me, so why would I love my daughter? Right? And then it starts this weird competition with the daughter, right? Because you don't heal. And now this little girl, she's brought into a battle. She has no idea she's in a battle with her mom. This is fucking weird, right? But this is what Black people do to Black children. They repeat cycles of toxicity instead of saying it stops with me. What I didn't get from my mom or dad, I vow to always give that, not just to my children, but to any child I encounter that is lacking in that capacity, right? Like, if you grew up and you were love deficient, you need to grow up and be love abundant. I just give love to people because I know what it is to not have love, right? If you grow up not being seen, you should be the kind of person who sees other people. You see people, you affirm people, you encourage people, right? Because it helps you. The best way to undo something that really hurts you is by becoming generous in what was not given to you. Amen. But a lot of people don't understand that. They think scarcity fixes scarcity. And that's why the mystery of the kingdom of God, it really is a mystery for a lot of people. Because the kingdom of God is based on reciprocity, generosity. The Bible even says that a Christian has to be a generous giver. But for a lot of people, they don't think about giving in terms of money. No, but you have to give from the heart. And you have to give things that even you probably never grew up to have an abundance of, right? You have to give it to people. Because that's how you break the curse. If you have a mindset, like you have a scarcity mindset, the best way to break that scarcity mindset is by learning generosity. You learn what it is to live abundantly and to not fear. Or if I give this, where's it going to come from? If I give that, but who's going to give to me? Well, you'll find out. And that's the beauty of faith. It's like I give, and God's going to let me find out who else is going to give into me. But I've come to learn also, I'm going to say this, that where you sow most of the time is not going to be where you reap. So you might sow over here, but you might reap over there, right? Just because you sowed somewhere, that's not the place where you should expect to reap. You know what I'm saying? Because that might just be the place where you sow. And then where you reap might be it might be somewhere completely different. And this is where you have to allow your faith to surprise you. God is going to surprise you. He will tell you where to sow, but God will never tell you where your harvest is going to come from. Okay? And you have to be okay with that. Because no good deed goes unpunished, right? So that's that. Okay? But yeah. So I hope you make peace with that. I really do. Let me get back to the video. I got distracted.
Do-won Chang was born on March 20th, 1954 in South Korea, during one of the nation's most turbulent periods. The Korean War had ended only months earlier, leaving the peninsula devastated and divided. Chang grew up in poverty, running a coffee delivery business as a child in Seoul's Myeongdong district to help support his family. He never attended college. Jin-suk Chang worked as a hairdresser in South Korea, developing an eye for style and trends that would later define Forever 21's merchandise strategy. The couple married young and watched as their country transformed from a war-ravaged nation into an emerging industrial power.
I will also say this too, like marrying young, young man, he married young, not trying to smash everybody. I think that also helps a lot because you save your money and you can focus on your vision a lot easier. Okay. When you're always distracted, chasing all kinds of women, all kinds of sex, grabbing passports to go to and fro, you ain't gonna build shit. Okay, you got to be focused. You got to have singular vision. You really have. The older I get, I'm like, it is so much easier to succeed when you don't have too many distractions. Like you need to have a vision for your life, and it has to have the least amount of distractions possible, and it has to be something that's really, really easy to focus on because you need focus. You need focus. And I feel like marriage also allows people to focus on what they need to do. Oh, I found my person. I'm married. I'm committed. Boom. Let's move on. Okay. Then you can work on stuff. You can build your family. You can build your business. You can build your career because now you have one less distraction. But dating, smashing, clubbing, all that kind of crap. It seems fun when you're young, but I feel like it's a waste of time. It's a fucking distraction. It's a distraction. It's nothing but a distraction.
Political instability persisted. In 1979, military leader Park Chung-hee was assassinated, plunging the country into uncertainty.
Wow.
Martial law followed.
Wow.
The Changs decided to seek opportunities abroad. In 1981, Do-won and Jin-suk landed at Los Angeles International Airport after securing green cards through a brief layover in Hawaii. Do-won was 27. Jin-suk was 25. They arrived with $11,000 in savings, limited English proficiency, and no college degrees. At that time, people in South Korea were not living well, Do-won later reflected in Korean during a rare
Don't let anybody tell you it takes money to get married. Okay? It's a lie. Oh, we're saving for our wedding. We're saving for this. No, you don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. You're stalling because you're scared. Okay? He was 27. She was 25. Oh, yeah, that's the age I got married. Okay? That's both the age we got married at. Okay? But I'm like, if you really want to do it, you can. It's not that hard. It's about commitment. It's about knowing what you want. And at 27, you should know what you want. At 25, you should know what you want. Right? Don't let any old hag who wasted her good years tell you, oh, take your time. It's too young. Girl, look at you. Okay? No, thank you. Okay? No. The younger you start, the better. Just even with children. The younger you start, the better. You can go about your business. Because I feel like there's a time window to raise kids. And the younger you are, it's easier because you're also young. You know, when you're older, you're tired. Staying up all night with a baby, a crying baby, a fussy baby, a colicky baby. You're like, oh, shit. What did I do? Okay. There is an age. There's a season for everything. Be in your season. Stay in season. Okay. That's it. Let's keep going.
2016 Forbes interview. The opportunities were quite limited. The first years in America demanded superhuman effort.
Wow.
Do-won worked 3 simultaneous jobs, often laboring 19 hours per day at $3 per hour.
Wow.
His mornings began before dawn washing dishes and preparing food at a local cafe. Afternoons meant 8-hour shifts at a gas station. Nights ended near midnight cleaning offices In a small janitorial venture, he started himself. Jin Suk contributed by working as a hairdresser. The pivotal insight occurred at the gas pump. Do-won noticed that the people driving the nicest cars were all in the garment business. Korean immigrants who had found their way into fashion, pulling up in Mercedes-Benzes and BMWs. He asked these drivers what they did for a living. This curiosity led him to a position at a clothing store where his work ethic immediately distinguished him. I treated it as if it were my own business, and the owner appreciated my dedication, he remembered. Los Angeles, in the early 1980s, was the epicenter of American garment manufacturing. The city's fashion district employed tens of thousands of workers, many of them Korean immigrants, who had built networks of suppliers, manufacturers, and retailers. Chang immersed himself in this ecosystem, learning the rhythms of wholesale purchasing, trend identification, and retail margins. After 3 years of brutal saving, the Changs had accumulated $11,000. Every dollar represented sacrifice. They were ready to bet everything on a 900-square-foot storefront in Highland.
And this is it, y'all. Sacrifice is nothing out here. I'm telling you, nothing worth having is easy, okay? You have to sacrifice. And I'm going to give you a thing from the Bible. Do not despise small beginnings. Do not despise small beginnings. Don't say, oh, but why is mine so small? Why is mine so tiny? Well, you don't know. You don't know what it could be. Okay? Stay committed, work hard, and see how you can improve. Like, how can I get better? Okay? How can I meet other people? Oh, you be quiet. Okay? With your foolishness, right? Sacrifice. Commitment, you guys. It's nothing glamorous. I'm telling you, the older I get, I'm realizing that what it takes to be successful is not glamorous. It's just doing the same crap over and over and over again, being very patient, being very mindful with how you spend your money, right? Not wasting your money on foolishness. But it really comes down to patience. I'm like, patient people will make it. Patient people will see the promised land. You have to be patient. When you see nothing, you have to be patient, right? No, it's not. No, but it's like, it doesn't matter if it's not 1956. The same principles to success apply, right? If you're an investor, you have to be patient. If every day you get scared, you take the money out, you ain't gonna have nothing, right? If every time you have a hardship or you have debt, you take money out of your 401k, when you retire, there's not gonna be nothing in there, right? You have to be patient, right? Relationships, they take time to nurture, to grow, to even bear fruits and stuff. You have to be patient. The problem that we have with young people today is that young people have consumed too much TV. So they think life should look like what they see on TV. Everything resolves in 90 minutes. You get the dream job in 50 minutes. Like, it's not life. It's not life. And that's why, I guess like once upon a time, people realized that entertainment was escapism. Right? It's like a metaverse. It's not real. You just go there to escape. But you have to be able to separate fiction from reality. But today, the problem is a lot of young people, they do not separate fiction from reality. Everything they see on TikTok, oh, my life should look like this. I should be a content creator, and in 2 days, I'll live in a high-rise apartment. Are you insane? Are you really insane? Right? Even influencers who have made it, they think the money is always going to stay the same. And they don't save. They don't invest because they think, oh, brands are always going to be knocking at my door for sponsorship. Really? Are you sure about that? Right? It's life. People think, myself included, you think, oh, you're going to be 20 forever or 25 forever. You always going to have a small body. The lies you tell yourself. You wake up one day, you're obese type 2 or obese type whatever. Okay? That's crazy. Right? But I'm like, anybody who does something consistently and you're patient, you're going to get there. But I'll definitely say, I think even if a woman is like feminist, like crazy unhinged, I think if she meets the right person, right, she can reconsider a lot of things. Not even a man. Even if she makes new friends, like if she has new female friends and she likes them, they can help her to rewire her mind, right? Don't give up on people. A lot of people every day are waking up from lies. Okay. But it takes the right kind of people. It takes the right kind of friends. It takes the right kind of partner. It takes the right people to come into your life and to make you realize this ain't it. It sounds good though, but it's not practical. Sounds good, but the shit ain't real. There's ideals and then there's pragmatism. And people who are pragmatic, people that are a bit more practical, they usually end up more successful. Yeah, you should not marry a feminist. No one should marry a feminist. You're going to be miserable. Okay? But I'm like, it's possible. Don't give up on people.
Park. The previous owner of that location had generated only $30,000 in annual sales, and the Changs were about to multiply that figure by 23.
My Lord.
On April 16th, 1984, Do Won and Jin Suk Chang invested their entire nest egg to open Fashion 21 at 5637 North Figueroa Street in Highland Park, Los Angeles, a modest 900-square-foot space. The location was strategic. Highland Park housed a vibrant Korean-American community, and the Changs understood their target demographic intimately.
Wow.
They sourced merchandise through wholesale closeouts and direct manufacturer purchases, acquiring designs similar to those popular in South Korea, but at significantly reduced prices. First-year revenue hit $700,000. Do Won and Jin Suk worked 16-hour days in the store themselves, learning retail management, customer preferences, and inventory control through direct interaction. Their Christian...
Okay? 16-hour days. I'm telling y'all, I said it's not glamorous. It is not glamorous. It is not glamorous. And that's why you start to realize a lot of people on social media telling you they're rich. All they do is create content all day. They're shopping all day. Most likely they're lying. They are truly lying, because how do you have time for all of this? It doesn't make sense, okay? 16-hour days. Now ask yourself, consider 2025. How many hours a day did you work? Right? How many hours a day did you spend on stuff you had to do? How many hours a day did you spend on goals you set for yourself, you guys, right? You have to work a crazy amount of time. And the problem is, like today too, with young people, oh, I need balance. You haven't accomplished shit. Like, y'all, I don't understand that shit. It's like people who haven't accomplished shit, you don't have enough money, you live paycheck to paycheck. What fucking balance, boo-boo? You're broke, right? You need to be out of balance so you can afford balance. Do you understand me? Right? When you don't have anything to your name, you need to work as hard as possible. Now, I'm not going to compare that to a slave, because I feel like sometimes it's quite disrespectful, because no matter the amount of work you do today, it will never compare to slavery. Slavery was freaking inhumane. Okay? This is willful work. This is willful hard work for you to get your life back on track, especially financially, right? But balance is a reward. Like, oh, I need life and work balance. It is a reward because you worked really hard to get to a place where now you can afford balance, right? Okay? Same thing. Let's say somebody needs to lose a lot of weight, like myself over here, right? You need to lose like 60 pounds, 70 pounds, 80 pounds. You cannot sit here and do 15-minute workouts. What are we doing? Right? 15-minute workouts, that might be like maybe like the first 2 weeks to get you going, right? But when you have so much to lose, you need to work out maybe 2 hours a day, right? An hour walking, okay? 45 minutes of strength training, and then maybe 15 minutes of stretching, right? But you have a lot of people who need to lose a lot of weight, and they think doing 10 minutes, 15-minute, 20-minute exercise is doing something. You ain't doing shit. You're warming up. To the average person, you have a lot to do. You have a long way to go. Get active. So the 15-minute stuff is cute. It's like a warm-up to get you going, right? But you're going to have to get to a point where you understand that you have to work out 2 hours a day. Okay? You're out of balance. You've been out of balance for a long time. You actually have debt you owe. All right. If you look, if you study Michael Phelps, right? Then Michael Phelps was like training like 12 hours a day. And they go, oh, happy New Year, my love. Okay, BCB2, right? Michael Phelps, I think he was training like every day, nonstop, 12 hours a day. Bruce Jenner was training for 12 years. Like when you, what's his name? Stephon Curry. They said Stephon, he does his 3-pointers for 8 hours, right? You see, people who are great, they're out of balance. They had to be out of balance for years of dedication. And one day it's like, it just comes natural to them. So now they can have balance. Because you work so hard, like your body just knows what to do. Have you ever seen Stephon Curry? Like when he does like a 3-pointer, he'll just throw the ball and he walks away. He's not like, let me see if it goes in there. No. It's going in there. It's like the man has got to a point, him and the ball, it makes one. Half court, all the way down the end of court, he'll just throw the ball and he just walks away. Sometimes he goes like night, and the ball just goes in there. The shit is fucking crazy, right? But he paid for that. When we see it, we're like, oh, damn. People go fucking crazy for that shit because it seems unreal. You would think like there's an angel that just grabs the ball and just drops the ball into the basket. Because how the fuck is that even possible? That's when you pay a price for being out of balance. Michael Jordan, Aquarius, he was fucking out of balance. Great people are fucking out of balance. That's why they're so fucking good. Right? But today, with this goofy ass, lazy generation, 30 minutes of work, they need a 15-minute break. They work on something for 4 hours. They need a break for 20 hours, right? They go to the gym for 7 days. They need 30 days off the gym. That is some goofy shit. Right? To be in balance, it's something you have to afford. You're mediocre, right? Mediocre people don't get breaks. You've been mediocre for like maybe 2 decades, right? Maybe the last time you really pushed yourself was like the 6th grade, the 5th grade, right? High school, you just coasted through high school. You were mediocre in high school. College, you did just enough to get by, right? Mediocrity. A lot of people are mediocre. Extremely mediocre. They use their brains to figure out how to do just enough to get by. A get by type of people. They don't want to sit here and tell you they need balance. You're broke. You are broke. You are broke. You are broke. I think, and also, it's not just that you're broke. You're behind. You understand? I think that's the problem that we have today. People don't tell the people you are behind. You're not where you're supposed to be. So you have to work hard because you need to catch up. You are behind. You're delayed, right? Some people, they're 5 years behind. Some, they're 10 years behind. Some are even 20 years behind. The fuck, right? You should have been so far ahead by now, but you are behind. Well, I'll take that. I mean, she can divorce if she wants to, but she's not going to because who's she going to get? Like, if Aisha leaves, right, it's droves of women. Droves. Oh, the child. Her. There is no one. Maybe a few rappers, a few YNs just to toss up her cheeks. So, oh, yeah, I slept with Aisha Curry. That's about it. That's about it. She gonna hurt more than he's not gonna hurt. She's the crazy one. You see, every time she does her shit, he does not react because he has power over her. He has control over his emotions. She don't control her shit. She's a child, right? And things like she doesn't even realize that, you know, he chooses to love her. Savannah's too powerful for that girl. He is too powerful. He has a lot of self-control. She has none. She's a bum. Okay? She's a bum. All right? So I'm like, you're behind. You are seriously behind. There are certain goals they should have been accomplished by now. And then people out here, they have no stress. They have no anxiety. Like, you're behind. You are severely behind, right? You got to apply pressure. And may 2026 be the year where you apply pressure, right? You come home from work, eat some food, take a shower, work on your goals, work really hard on your goals. You got to work hard. You got to work harder, right? And I feel like that part also comes from commitment. And it also comes from your community. Because if you aren't surrounded by a bunch of mediocre people, you're going to be mediocre. Because, oh, I think I worked hard. Yeah, because all your friends is basic. When you are around lazy people and you push yourself a little bit, like 1% more than the rest, you think you've done something so impressive. You ain't done shit. You just have lazy ass friends, right? You're around a bunch of lazy ass people. There you go, right? There you go. We got to work harder. So I'm like, you see, 16-hour workday. For how many years? 16 hours a day. For how many years? Look at what the man is today. When I get the time, I'm gonna play a video also. No, I don't think that's a mistake. I don't think so. He wanted to get married. His parents are married. It's not a mistake. It's not your fault that somebody's unhinged. It's not a mistake. Because not being married looks like what? Lawsuits, pregnancies, baby mamas? No. She's the fool. She's the fool. And let her. Why would he ever regret that? You can never feel sorry for being honorable. If you love someone and they choose not to respect that, reciprocate that, it's for them. It's for her. Like, she's hurting herself. I'm like, you got to tap into stoicism, okay? Makes sense? But I'm like, you got to work harder. You got to work harder. You have to work really hard. So may 2026 be the year where you apply pressure, right? Apply pressure on yourself, because a lot of people, they're lackadaisical, right? You're too apply pressure on yourself, and then you have to learn to deal with that pressure. It's good for you. It's good for you. It's good for diamonds. It's gonna be good for you also, right? You gotta learn how to deal with pressure, because that's how you get to have more. But if you can't even handle pressure at your broke level, how are you gonna have more success? You can't even make it. You got to show the universe that you are capable of handling more pressure. But that's fine. Money doesn't make happiness, right? Stefan has purpose. It's not about money. You don't work this hard because you want money, right? You don't work this hard for money. You work this hard for legacy. Legacy is way more than money. He will always be Stefan Curry. You see, she has a cooking show. She can't even commit to her cooking show because she doesn't have purpose. All she does is complain and whine. She's mentally unstable. She needs medication. But the thing about Aisha is that nobody ever told Aisha to her face, right, that she's a bum, right? So she doesn't know she's a bum, because she's a bum, and because he's so successful, he is so great at what he does, she reaps the benefits without even knowing the sacrifice to have the life, to have the jets, to have, she's like a spoiled child, right? And that's the problem. If Aisha had to work hard to give herself that life, she wouldn't have made it. She's a bum. And because he loves her, he doesn't tell her she's a bum. No, money don't make happiness, bro. Money comes after. There are a bunch of people with money that are miserable. I think you might be one of them, right? Money doesn't make happiness. And also, if you're not wise with money, you're going to attract a bunch of demons in your life, right? A lot of people, their money makes them miserable. Look at Justin Bieber. Every time I see Justin Bieber, I feel sorry for the man, okay? Money does not make happiness. Happiness, it comes from within, right? It's not conditioned upon money. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're miserable, you're miserable. Love has to do with everything. If you don't have love for what you do, how far will you go with that shit? Right? You gotta have love for what you do. You gotta have love for your name. You gotta have love for your brand. You gotta have love for your reputation. You have to have love for your commitment to doing things that are fucking hard, when most people would rather be in bed or somewhere complaining again and again and again. Yeah, Justin Bieber, like he looks miserable, but he has so much money. But he looks miserable. A lot of people with money looks miserable. They even have this white boy. I mean, he looks like white trash. His name is Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll, he has money too, Jelly Roll. But he was out here like almost like 600 pounds. I'm like, but damn. Okay, he lost like 300 pounds or something like that recently, right? But I'm like, how can you be so fat like that? But he's miserable. So I'm like, money does not make anybody happy. If you're broken and you have money, that money will be your ticket to hell. If you're already in love with yourself, you have purpose, you're healed, and you have money, you'll do great things with that money. You'll use that money to serve, to help others, to make the world a better place. But we have seen a lot of people self-destruct because money allows you to, no, I'm not delusional at all. We see it all the time. Look at Bobby Brown with money, drug addict. Whitney Houston with money, drug addict. Wendy Williams with money, drug addict. Diddy with money, freak offs, not prison, right? Because when you have money, you attract a bunch of yes people. So if you don't have guardrails in your heart, that money can send you straight to hell. Diddy's in hell right now, right? All that money for free calls. Uncle Shay Shay, when he made regular money playing football, he had a lot of discipline in his life. Started making money with YouTube. Now he's doing OnlyFans girls. Oh, when I see you, I'm going to choke you. I'm going to choke you. I'm going to choke you. Next thing you know, lawsuit, 20 million gone. Okay? 20 million. And don't be a drug addict. Don't be a sex addict. Don't be a whatever, all kinds of addict. Right? But money reveals who people are. And money reveals what people are still struggling with. If you ain't got no love for self, money ain't going to fix it. You're going to attract more people who take advantage of you because you don't love yourself. Uncle Shay lost 20 million in one day because he doesn't love himself. He's a sex addict. And not just that, he does BDSM. So the girl, she calls him the N-word, and that turns him on. You see how embarrassing that is? He's like, oh, I'm going to choke you. And then she calls him the N-word again. He's like, oh, I'm going to choke you. And then she calls him the N-word again. Like he gets paid to be degraded, sexually degraded. And then she turned that into, oh my gosh, I think you raped me. So in one day, he had to say bye, 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 like in sync to 20 million. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, money does not make anybody happy. Money is like it's like a slave. You tell your money what to do and better my life or destroy my life. You're like, okay, no problem. It's like a genie in a bottle, right? You got to be careful what you wish for. And if you're broken on the inside, you're going to have crazy wishes. And you'll go to hell. You'll go to prison. You'll go to a freaking rehab. You'll be homeless. You'll ruin your life, right? And if you have a healthy heart, you're going to make great wishes. And you're going to get better and better. People will have more love for you, more respect for you because you're healed. So from a healed place, you'll tell your money what to do for you. And those are going to be beautiful things, right? That's it. But unfortunately, we have a lot of deranged, damaged, broken people. Instead of first seeking the healing, they are pursuing money, doing things out of order because they're insecure. They have low self-esteem. They're lonely. They want to feel powerful. So they think, oh, I need to pursue money with everything I have in me. You're doing things out of order. First thing you have to do is restore your heart, right? Heal yourself. Love yourself. Be proud of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Look in the mirror and be proud of yourself, right? And then when money comes, it's not going to destroy your life. It's going to make your life so much better. And actually, a lot of people might not even know you have money because that's not going to be the first thing that you lead with because you're healed, right? Broken people, damaged people, low self-esteem people. When they have a little bit of money, everybody has to know they have money because that's the most interesting thing about them, how much money they have. Do you have anything else? Of course not. All they have is money. That's quite lonely, right? It's very, very lonely. Do you even have a dog that loves you? Of course not. All you have is your money. That's sad. That's a sad life. Okay?
Faith was present from the start. They attended early morning prayers at a local church nearly every day, a practice maintained even at the height of their success. The 1987 rebranding from Fashion 21 to Forever 21 marked a crucial pivot. Duwan explained the philosophy. Old people want to be 21 again, and young people want to be 21 forever. This universe...
You see how they said like they used to go to church every day, right? When I played the video, because I have a video also of my uncle Ronnie, okay? Ronnie Coleman, yeah, buddy. Okay, Uncle Ronnie, he used to go to church every day, you guys. Go to church every day. He became Mr. Olympia 8 different times. 8 times he became Mr. Olympia. But before he became Mr. Olympia 8 times, Arnold only did it 7 times. He did it 8 times, okay? So before he became Mr. Olympia, the first time, the second time, all the way up to 8 times, right? He first was number 14 or something, like, no, 16, 14 or 16, I can't remember. It's like either 14 or 15. He ranked 14 or 16 the first time he went to Mr. Olympia, okay? The second time he ranked number 6. The third time he went all the way back to number 9, all right? So 3 times he tried, failed. I mean, I won't say like, technically it's a failure because you don't want to go and be number 16, okay? So 3 failures because he didn't make it to number 1, right? He never gave up, okay? Came back the 4th time. It was the start of a dynasty, okay? 4th time, And I guess 8 more times after that. So like all together, like 12 times, right? 12 times, right? And then he became Mr. Olympia 8 different times. Arnold only did it. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he only got Mr. Olympia 7 times. The 6th time they low-key cheated, okay? 8 different times. And when you watch this documentary, he was like, he would go to church every Sunday. And I'm like, and you see a thing, like you really see a thing with people who are successful, like really successful. It's not just commitment to what they do. I'm not going to say, oh, that's a passion, but it's something that they have decided to do. Everything don't have to be a passion. Okay. Everything does not have to be a passion for you to commit to it. We have to stop trying to glamorize everything and turn everything into an aesthetic. Okay. To me, it's like, hey, I've decided I'm going to do this. I'm doing it. I don't know if it's a passion, but I said I'm doing it, so I will do it. Okay, so that's that. But I'm like, he was like, he would go to church every Sunday. I'm sure the first years, oh, my body is so bomb, I'm going to place. He did not place. He didn't say, oh, look at this. Someone like many people over here. Oh, God turned his back on me. Oh, God must hate me. Oh, maybe I'm not meant to be doing this. Oh, shut your pussy ass up. Okay, just because God told you to do something, it doesn't mean the first time you do it, you're going to have success. Like, who the fuck are you? Have some humility. Like, have some fucking humility. Like, it's just like people who work out for 2 weeks and be like, oh, I'm ready to throw in the towel. Oh, I haven't lost any weight. Shut the fuck up. You have been eating for how many years? You worked out for 2 weeks. Womp. You fart a few times. You walk for 15 minutes in 2 weeks, and somehow the scale needs to bow down to you. Shut the fuck up. Okay? You want to quit anyways because you're a fucking quitter. There are people out here who've been working every day nonstop for 5 years. Right? This little baby. Maverick, what is going on, you guys? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me see what this little baby wants. Maverick, what is going on? What happened? So in his sleep like that, did you put his thingy in his ear? What's cool? Boy, come on. It's okay. Did you put this up in his ears? Is he doing for another one? What? Do you have baby nightmares? Do babies have nightmares? Oh, I think so. Oh my gosh, really? What do you see when you have nightmares? Huh? Oh, are you having a nightmare? What are you doing? Oh, Maggie. It's okay. It gets better. Life gets better, you know? That's okay. That's okay. No crying. No crying. It gets better. What's wrong? It's pretty good. It's okay. Like it's better. I'm sorry. Is it your teeth or something? Is it hurting? It's okay. It's okay. It gets better, you know? I know. Life gets better. You think? Mommy got the juice. Yeah. It gets better. Here you go. A little bit of this. I love this. Oh, no. Maybe he's also teething and stuff.
You not breathe?
Huh?
Maybe you can't breathe.
Right. It's okay. It's okay. Come on. Call me, boo. It's okay. People are like, what the heck? Why didn't I have to cry like this? Huh? All right, come to your peoples. I know, they missed you. Yo, here goes your guy. I think he's teething. He has all his molars coming out. He's completely passed out. I'm like, do babies have nightmares? Maybe. Did you have a nightmare or something? Mm-hmm. Well, you guys, sorry. It gets better. Sorry, you guys, okay? Little babies. Okay, sorry. You okay? Okay. I'm like, but what would he have a nightmare about? Pocoyo? Ellie? I would love to study baby's brain still. Like, I think he's teething because he has like a lot of molars coming out. I'll give him some Tylenol, so maybe that calms him down. Child, babies. But what exactly are they having nightmares about? Like the world that runs out of milk. Pocoyo is discontinued. Somebody kills Ellie. Poachers come over and they kill Ellie the elephant. Oh, she's a. Kevin said, I don't know. I'm like, well, why would you have a nightmare about growing up and being fat? Did you have a dream when you end up like my 600-pound life and you had to go see Dr. Now? Is that what happened, Maverick? Child, what are you crying for? Okay. But yes, you guys, so that's what I was saying, right? So my Uncle Ronnie over here, like he never gave up. The first year he went, he played 14 or 16, right? He didn't stop going to church. Then he went the second year, he got numbers, 6? No, but that's better. He's so silly. Why? Because he's so light. You think only a white man can do this? You are so crazy. You are really, really crazy. You are really, really. Your comment is funny. But anyways, no, he's a black person. Okay. But anyways, you so damn stupid. Oh God. Oh Lord Jesus. That was funny. Right. And then he went back the third time. He went back to number 9. I'm like, dang. From 6, you go back to number 9. He didn't give up. Church every Sunday. And then you go back again, you're number 1. Right? But I'm like, you have a lot of people. If God says to do something, even myself included, God says to do something, you go, you do it, you get your ass whooped. You're like, oh no, it can't be God. I didn't hear it right. It's so hard. It's so difficult. Just because it's hard and difficult doesn't mean God didn't tell you to do it. Go through it. Suffer through it. Get better at it. Right? But if you're consistent, you might become Mr. Olympia 8 different times, right? I'm Uncle Ronnie, he has so much money now. It's crazy. He grew up so poor. And also, let me tell you this, right? When he started winning Mr. Olympia, even when he was doing it, when he started winning Mr. Olympia, he never quit his job. He's a police officer, right? So from 1989 until 2006, even though he's Mr. Olympia, he has all this fame, he has all this money, people are like praising him, like, because Mr. Olympia is like the top, right? He doesn't quit his job. He still works as a police officer. I'm like, the level of humility it takes, then I found out, right? He's from Monroe, Louisiana. I said, well, there you go. Okay. Now the love just changed after that. But I'm like, the level of humility. I'm like, you are Mr. Olympia. Why are you still a police officer? Why are you working this job for? You guys, the man will go to work every day. He's like, oh, it's like, I enjoy doing it. I'm like, you don't have to do this. Okay. You're Mr. Olympia. Why are you here? The man likes a simple life. And like you see, and this is how you know that some people really have God in their life. It's like, no matter how big they get, like when you really have a reason to have a big ego, do you know who I am? He's huge. Do you know who I am? The man is so mellow. I don't even think he curses. I do not believe he curses. He doesn't drink. I mean, like his life is so clean. And I'm like, all of this is not getting to your head? No. I was like, wow. We're going to watch a bunch of videos on him. Impressive. Every Sunday, he goes to church. Whether he wins, he doesn't win. His faith is not contingent on, oh God, if you blesses me, I'll show up and pray you and praise you. And if you don't bless me, well, you won't see me in 2 years. Okay? That's not how he thinks. And I've come to realize when they say how you do one thing is how you do everything is real. If you see someone that's really committed to their work, whatever they do, most likely they're also very committed to their faith. If you see someone that's like, maybe they treat, and if they probably treat their relationship with God the same way. Yes, he was like, I'm like, that's crazy. And this is how you see that's a real believer. Right? You know how there's a passage where David says, it's one of the Psalms, right? Where David says, although you slay me, still I praise you. That's exactly what came to my mind. Like, I don't need to be number one to praise you. I don't need to always have money. I mean, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, don't try me when it comes to that, but you know what I mean? I'll praise you. If I have goals and I don't achieve those goals, or, I don't come first, but I come number 16, number 14, number 9, number 6, right? I'll still praise you because I feel like for Uncle Ronnie, yeah, who doesn't want to win? Hello, right? But sometimes it's not even about winning. It's about being in the room with all those people, right? Sometimes it's not always about winning, but just the fact that you can be born. I'm telling you, he's black. What the heck? James is black. You want to see him? He's black. I mean, he looks just like this guy over here. He's a black person. He's not white. Mine was not white. You should know this, and you're FBA. FBAs that have all kinds of colors. It's a whole spectrum of shade of complexion, right? But I'm like, sometimes it's like, it's not even about what's it called? Winning. Sometimes it's about being in the room though, because you could say, hey, I'm from Monroe, Louisiana. I've never thought I would be in this place because it's crazy. This is where Arnold Schwarzenegger became Arnold Schwarzenegger. And you're here, like you're competing with all these people and everybody worked hard, right? Like these bodybuilders, they're freaking obsessed, right? But I'm like, and that to me is beautiful because it shows gratitude. I don't have to win. It'd be nice though, but it's even a privilege. Like it's a blessing. I'm so grateful for even being here and being exposed to all of this because this is crazy, right? He goes again. He doesn't win. It's okay. He goes back again. Like instead of going up, he goes back down, right? He doesn't stop going to church. So that year 4, he goes to number 1. You understand? And there's so many people like that who gave up. Even me, I can say there are things I'm like, I gave up too. But I'm like, you give up because you say, oh, but it didn't work the first time. It didn't work the second time. Maybe it wasn't meant to work the first time. Usually it doesn't. Okay. It was probably not meant to work the second time. It probably wasn't meant to work the third time, but maybe it was supposed to work year 5. Right. And a lot of people give up because they have these really unhealthy popcorn expectation that if God told me to do something, it has to work itself out within 12 months. That's not real life. I think sometimes also we have to even remember, like even Jesus, before he starts his ministry, he waits until he's 30 years old. Okay. When it came to David, I think David was like 17 when he was anointed by Prophet Samuel, right? But that prophecy of him becoming king of Israel, it took 17 years, right? Joseph, I don't even know how long he was in slavery for, but just the jailhouse alone, that was 10 years, right? So from the time he had the dream until the time the dream actually came to pass, it probably like 17, 20 years went by for one dream to come to pass. And today, because of entertainment, the media, social media, people are like, oh yeah, if God really told me to do this, it would be all worked out in 6 months, in 3 months. It's not real life. It's not real life. And also think about this, right? If the first time you try something, everything works out perfectly, it's not going to inspire people because that's just not relatable. Most people have to try something multiple times in order to get it right. Right? So even for your story, your testimony to be inspirational, there has to be challenges. There has to be some kind of setback, right? There has to be some kind of like, okay, like you could have given up, but you didn't give up. And that's what makes it inspirational. Just like the story of Rocky, right? People love Rocky because it wasn't easy for him. Okay? Right? It wasn't easy for him. Like the dude had setbacks. But if you just start training, you become a boxer and you whoop everybody's ass, there's no adversity, it wouldn't have been a good series though, right? But it's like they are better fighters. They are stronger fighters. One of them was Apollo, the black man. Like Michael B. Jordan's daddy. Okay. But like, you got to have people that are bigger than you, people that can beat your ass. And maybe they beat your ass the first time, but you don't give up. Then you go fight again, then beat your ass again. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Then you got to go back again. And then the third time, then you actually win, right? This is how people become inspirational. It's not because they tried something once and it worked out for them. That's kind of boring. Most people can relate to that, right? So if God is working on you, it's not just for you. God has to do it in a way that you get blessed and other people get blessed listening to your testimony. But if your testimony is just straight up to success, it's like, okay, I can't relate to that. Most people can relate to that. And you see, and that's why many YouTubers now, I don't know. You can go ask these girls that. A lot of people don't love themselves, you know? A lot of people don't love themselves, right? But it's like, you have to understand that if there are setbacks, it's because the story is not just for you. The story is for other people who are going to hear your testimony. Like, oh, wow. Because it's not about getting it right the first time, the second time, right? It's about not giving up. And we all have to get to a place, whether our so-called dreams come true or not, right? You remain loyal to God. Because worshiping God, loving God, it should never be conditional. If you bless me, then I'll show up. If you bless me, then I'll pay my tithes. If you bless me, then I'll love you back. If you bless me, then I'll tell people about you. Like, that's freaking crazy. Okay? That's insane. Let's get back to the story, you guys. Let's get back to the story. Hold on.
Universal aspiration allowed the brand to transcend its Korean-American niche and capture a broader youth demographic.
Yeah.
The first mall-based location opened in Panorama City, California in 1989, nearly 6 times larger than the original Highland Park store. The timing coincided with America's mall culture explosion. Growth accelerated through the 1990s, with the Changs adding new stores at a rate of 1 every 6 months, fueled entirely by reinvested profits. This discipline allowed expansion without diluting family ownership. The 2005 acquisition of Gadzooks for $33 million instantly doubled the store count to 400. Do-Won developed a signature real estate strategy, acquiring anchor tenant spaces vacated by bankrupt department stores like Mervyn's, Saks, and Dillard's at favorable rates, then transforming them into Forever 21 mega stores. The flagship stores became monuments to fast fashion ambition. The Times Square location spanned 90,000 square feet across 4 stories with 151 fitting rooms. Las Vegas reached 127,000 square feet, the size of an average Target superstore. The largest location ever built stretched to 162,000 square feet, featuring marble tile floors, chandeliers, and curving staircases more befitting luxury retailers than $5 fashion outlets. Store count reached 794 across 48 countries by 2015. Employee headcount hit 43,000. Annual revenue peaked at $4.4 billion.
I'm like, you see, from that little small storefront they had to this kind of real estate, that is crazy. Don't give up on your dreams. No matter how small you start, don't give up. Because you have no idea. I'm like, this is insane. And all this is privately funded. Like, there's no investors.
$1 billion.
Gee.
The original Highland Park store remained in operation until 2020, bearing the chain's original Fashion 21 name.
Wow.
A nostalgic reminder that Do-Won still personally approved every lease for every new location, even as the empire grew beyond his capacity to manage it.
Wow.
His daughters, Linda and Esther, were being groomed to inherit the company, but grooming and actual transfer of power would prove to be very different things. Forever 21 faced over 50 copyright infringement lawsuits between 2007 and 2019, making it one of the most litigated fashion retailers in history. Diane von Furstenberg sued over copied wrap dress designs. Gwen Stefani's LAMB brand sued over replicated patterns. Travata, Anasui, and Anthropology all filed claims. The pattern was consistent. Forever 21 would produce near identical versions of designer items at 5 to 10% of the original price, prompting cease and desist letters followed by confidential settlements. Legal fees and settlement costs likely exceeded $50 to $100 million cumulatively.
That's crazy. That's a lot. Like, that's a lot of lawsuits. Can you also see the video? All of you are still playing, Chad. Let me make sure. Can you also see the video? I'm like, why are my numbers dropping like this? Making sure we don't have an issue. I hope it's not copyrighted stuff. Let me make sure. That doesn't seem too bad. Right? Because they would alert me. Let me make sure. Maybe you guys went to sleep. Hold on. Switch me account. Make sure I get notified. Okay. Hopefully the video should be good. No? Y'all should be able to hear it. Maybe y'all going to sleep.
Labour controversies proved equally damaging. A 3-year national boycott, organised by garment workers, began in October 2001, protesting alleged sweatshop conditions. In 2017, the US Department of Labor investigated Los Angeles garment factories supplying Forever 21 and found violations at 85% of visited facilities, ordering $1,300,000 in back wages and damages.
Okay. That's crazy. Can y'all still see the video? Or not? Yeah, they filed for bankruptcy. Can you, Cheese, can you still see the video? You can see it, right? Is it playing? I don't think this video is copyrighted. I don't think so. Yeah, they filed for bankruptcy, I think, last year or something. But they had a pretty good run, though. They had a pretty good run. Because I don't know, even though the business like filed for bankruptcy, did they lose all their money? Did the family lose all their money? I don't know. I don't think they did. Can you see the video, Cheese? I'm asking you a question. Can you see this? Like, okay, good. Okay, good. I'm making sure, channel. Because YouTube sometimes, like, girl, okay.
Linda and Esther Chang, Do-won and Jin Suk's daughters, were positioned as the next generation of leadership. Linda earned an Ivy League undergraduate degree, worked retail floors during summers, and assumed the role of executive vice president and board member by age 32. Esther earned an Ivy League undergraduate degree, worked merchandising and design teams, and assumed the role of VP of merchandising by age 30. On paper, the succession plan appeared robust. In practice, Do-won never relinquished decision-making authority. Linda's title was Executive VP, but all strategic decisions, real estate leases, capital expenditures, major hires, still required her father's personal approval. Esther held VP of merchandising, but Jin Suk continued to review and override design decisions. The daughters were positioned as successors but operated as subordinates. In 2015, as financial troubles mounted, Do-won and Jin Suk borrowed $5 million each from their daughters' personal trusts at only 2% interest, compared to bank rates of 6 to 8%. The loan was unsecured.
What the heck? I guess they figured we gave you the money, so we're going to get our money back. They borrowed $5 million. What can $5 million do? Y'all got big bills. Because I'm like, they missed out. And maybe their daughters told them, like, Dad, like, let's do Instagram, and he didn't want to do it. Because he is kind of cheap. Because I'm like, man, they should have been on Instagram, and they should have been giving out PR to people, sending their clothes to people, because then Fashion Nova wouldn't have made it. And I think also, like, one thing I also heard Forever 21 is the BBL era. Because they didn't have clothes for people that were getting BBLs. Whereas, like, Fashion Nova, they had the jeans for people with BBLs. I remember that. Fashion Nova jeans. With like they're a little bit more stretchy and stuff. So if you had a BBL, it was a lot easier for you to wear their stuff. Whereas like, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm like, because girls were, on Instagram, girls were getting BBLs. And they couldn't fit into the fashion, the Forever 21 stuff. And I'm like, Forever 21 did not accommodate BBL bodies. Whereas like Fashion Nova had a lot of clothes for people with BBLs. And they were sending PR to people, and they were paying people to post. Like Fashion Nova used to pay like $25, $100, right? And so like back then, that was a lot of money for some people. Like take a picture and get $100. And like Forever 21, they were not sending PR. They were definitely not gonna pay you to post. And they didn't have clothes for BBL people. I remember that.
Meaning creditors would take priority over Linda and Esther in any bankruptcy. This arrangement created catastrophic conflict of interest. The daughters owed fiduciary duties to all Forever 21 stakeholders, yet had lent personal funds to their parents at below market rates, subordinating those duties to family loyalty. In 2019, Ariana Grande sued Forever 21 for $10 million after the company hired a lookalike model to mimic her 7 Rings music video aesthetic. The marketing team had recommended partnering with Grande in 2014. Management chose Iggy Azalea instead. Eric Gordon, a professor at the University of Michigan's Ross School of Business, identified the core problem. Hubris is common among founders, but it can be particularly detrimental if you've enjoyed prolonged success. They lacked a board of directors to provide reality checks. You can remain in your self-created bubble for a long time, but eventually that bubble bursts. The bubble was already deflating, and the international expansion was accelerating the collapse. Forever 21's international footprint exploded from 7 stores in 2005 to 262 stores across 40 countries by 2015, a 37-fold increase in a single decade. The expansion was a financial catastrophe. International operations lost an average of $100 million annually between 2014 and 2018. Stores in Canada, Europe, and Asia collectively bled $10 million per month by 2018 and 2019. Spain, Belgium, Netherlands, Ireland, and Germany were abandoned after losses exceeding $40 million in 2016 alone. Thailand, Taiwan, Japan, and India followed.
I don't know why he couldn't just focus on America. Did he have to go to all these places? That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. And how do you know that people there, those markets, like your clothes? That's crazy. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. You gotta take venture capital for this stuff. That's crazy.
Canada was exited entirely, despite proximity and similar demographics to US operations.
Wow.
The root causes were profound misunderstandings of local markets. German stores opened without anyone realizing German retailers close on Sundays, eliminating 1/7 of potential revenue. European wage standards ran 3 to 5 times higher than US levels, making retail operations structurally unprofitable at Forever 21's price points.
Wow.
Digital strategy proved equally disastrous.
Wow.
E-commerce generated only 16% of Forever 21's sales in 2018, compared to industry leaders commanding 30 to 40%.
Yeah.
Online inventory was invisible in physical stores.
Yeah.
Customers...
Because it's true. In Europe, they really love H&M. They love H&M. They love Zara. And also Zara, their stuff is well made. It's a lot better made than Forever 21. And I'm like, they love H&M and they love Zara. And Zara is a little pricier. Because I'm like, Forever 21 competing with Zara in Europe? I don't know. Like, that is not a good idea.
Standing in a Forever 21 location could not check if an item was in stock at a warehouse or another store. H&M prided itself on bringing new designs to market in 7 weeks.
Wow.
Forever 21's supply chain took 20 weeks from concept to store delivery.
Oh.
In fast fashion, a 13-week lag is fatal.
Wow.
Trends shift entirely within that time frame.
Wow.
McKinsey was hired in 2015 and recommended complete overhaul of inventory systems and mobile investment. Forever 21 implemented 15% of the recommendations.
Wow.
Bain recommended halting European expansion in 2014. Forever 21 opened 23 new European stores over the following 2 years. Boston Consulting.
So what he's told to do, he doesn't want to do it? Oh, Jesus. This man is crazy. I mean, he is a Pisces, but damn. Wow. You are stubborn.
Group recommended centralizing purchasing and reducing the supplier base from over 200 to 75 core suppliers. Forever 21 maintained the decentralized model. The Changs paid millions for expert advice they refused to follow. Store formats had become crushing liabilities. 70 locations exceeding 35,000 square feet, with combined annual occupancy costs approaching $450 million. 6 leases signed for former Mervyn's locations would not expire until 2027 and 2028, locking the company into oversized spaces as mall traffic collapsed. Gen Z preferences were shifting fundamentally. Fenty Beauty launched with 40 foundation shades, exposing Forever 21's limited range as exclusionary. The clean beauty movement made Forever 21's formulations look toxic to younger buyers. Kylie Cosmetics and digitally native brands sold community and authenticity. Forever 21 sold $5 tops that fell apart after 3 washes. On September 30th, 2019, the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, citing $1,580 million in debt and announcing plans.
Oh my gosh. I mean, why did they should have mentioned Fashion Nova too, though. I'm like, Fashion Nova put a big dent. You know, one year Fashion Nova was like more searched than like Louis Vuitton, than Chanel. Like, you guys, Fashion Nova? Nah. That young man, he's Persian, huh? How he came up with that thing? Man, marketing can either make you or break you, man. But like, there was one year Fashion Nova was more searched than Chanel, than Louis Vuitton. It was like, what is this company? Like, what is Fashion Nova? Who is Fashion Nova? But like, they should have mentioned Fashion Nova. Come on, Kylie and Fenty, they do beauty stuff. You know, Forever 21 is all fashion stuff. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy.
Plans to close stores in 40 countries, but the restructuring would only delay the final collapse by 6 years. The 2019 bankruptcy announced closure of up to 178 US stores and complete exit from 40 countries. Germany, Spain, Belgium, Netherlands, Ireland, France, Japan, Thailand, Taiwan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, all gone. In February 2020, a consortium of Authentic Brands Group, Simon Property Group, and Brookfield Property Partners acquired Forever 21's operating company for $81 million. The price represented a 98.2% discount from the $4.4 billion implied valuation at peak. The Chang's 99% stake had been worth approximately $5.8 billion in 2015. In 2020, that same stake was worth approximately $80 million. The restructuring marked the permanent end of family control. Doo-won and Jin Suk were forced to cede operational authority to Spark Group, retaining no board seats, no operation.
Wow, they ruined the company, man. How do you destroy $1 billion brand? You don't listen? Why would you hire people not to listen? Oh my gosh. From $5 billion to $80 million. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Operational roles and no voting rights. The daughter's $10 million loan was classified as unsecured debt. They recovered approximately 18 cents per dollar, losing $8,200,000. Despite 5 years of restructuring under new ownership, Forever 21 never recovered. In 2023, Shein acquired a 1/3 stake in Spark Group. Pop-ups were installed in select Forever 21 stores. Forever 21 merchandise was listed on Shein's marketplace. Shein customers could return online orders at Forever 21 locations. The partnership failed across every dimension. Brian Gildenberg, CEO of Confluencer Commerce, summarized, Forever 21 thought standing next to Shein would make them relevant again. But partnerships don't matter if the core product, strategy, and execution aren't there. More than 11% of invoices were over 91 days late by November 2024. Manufacturers in China, Vietnam, and South Korea received payment delays of 60 to 90 days, forcing some to halt shipments entirely. Store closing sales commenced February 14th, 2025.
Wow.
Official bankruptcy filing came March 16th. All 354 US stores closed by April 30th, ahead of the originally projected May 1st deadline. 354 stores liquidated in 106 days. The Los Angeles corporate headquarters was permanently shuttered, with 358 employees laid off. The Chang family's fortune had evaporated.
I'm like, this is insane. You have to learn to listen to people. What? That is crazy. Just like that. You two are crazy as hell. He looks like, this picture is giving, I'm going to do it again. I'm just like, yeah. And I'm going to stand beside my man. You two are psychos. You people are crazy.
$5,900,000,000 in 2015. $1,600,000,000 in 2019. Billionaire status lost entirely in 2020. $500 to $800 million by 2025. Primarily the Beverly Hills mansion. Du Wan Chang noticed something at a gas station in 1981. He built an empire on that observation. He lost that empire because he stopped noticing anything that contradicted what he already believed. The yellow shopping bags are gone now. The Bible verses printed on the bottom live only in memory. The stores that once occupied entire wings of American malls stand empty, waiting for the next tenant. And now we'd love to hear from you in the comments. Was Forever 21's collapse inevitable once the Changs refused?
He could have listened. He could have listened to people. This is sad. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. That's insane. You have to listen to people. And you can't try to grow too fast. You can't try to grow too fast. You have to, oh my gosh, that's crazy. That is really crazy. Yeah, I didn't expect the story to go there, but my point is, you guys, just I played this video to say, work hard on your dreams, okay? Don't be like him and don't listen to people, but take advice from sound people. Take advice from people who know what the hell they're talking about. If you hire consultants, you pay millions of dollars to McKinsey, and then they give you advice and you don't do it, you're crazy. Then you hire Bain, they give you advice and you don't do it, you are insane. You are really insane, okay? You have to learn how to listen to people. That's insane. That's really insane. It didn't have to be like that. That is crazy. Oh, wow. You hear that, Maverick? They lost almost everything. You don't even care. You're just asleep. All right, you guys. So that was my video for today. Okay. Replay gang. I hope you guys learned something, right? But you need to, in your life, you have to have people that you listen to. And I've come to realize that too. A lot of people don't listen. They don't listen. And they suffer because they do not listen. Okay. Child. Probably like you can have a high like IQ like for intelligence, but sometimes if you're really, really smart, sometimes you lack people skills. And it takes more than having high intelligence to succeed in life. Like, yeah, it's good to be really smart, but you also have to listen. You have to learn how to like work with other people. But if all you have is being super smart, but you're like you're just an ass, I don't know. But that's really crazy. I hope he's not suicide. I hope he don't want. Because I'm like, damn, you have no one to blame but yourself. That's sad. That's really sad. But I'm like, in real life though, in everyday life also, like you have to learn to listen. A lot of people don't listen. And consequently, they suffer a lot. Like they go through a lot of hardship, unnecessary hardship, because they don't listen. They listen to no one. And I'm like, okay. I have a person like that. And I'm like, you don't listen. I can see why you're suffering, because you don't listen. So, and I feel like a lot of prideful people too. I think a lot of prideful people, they hide behind the Bible. Oh, God told me, oh, my faith is different. No, you're prideful and you're very stubborn. This ain't God. Okay? Because I feel like to be if you're a godly person, you're also a humble person. You can take ideas from other people and pray on it, right? But I'm like, what is going on? But I'm dealing with a person like that. And I'm like, okay, you're going to learn. You're going to learn to listen. I think sometimes people think, I don't know, maybe it's me, but I just feel like sometimes people think, oh, Marlene is nice, so she's not going to let me suffer. No, I have to let you suffer. Because you have to learn to listen. You have to listen. You have to listen. You don't have all the answers, okay? You have to listen. Oh, I'm waiting for God. God's going to help me. God don't have to help you. You can help yourself. And you can help yourself by listening. I'm going to say this before I go. I even feel like in this life, I know that in this life, in order to make it, you have to be coachable, right? Successful people have coaches and they listen, right? Hey, honey, oh, you coming so late, boo. You missed out, right? But you can watch the replay. Okay, you see? One of the greatest coaches to ever do it, Phil Jackson, right? You have to listen. You can be MJ all you want, but you need to listen, right? When he went to LA, when he went with the Lakers, Kobe had to listen. Kobe used to struggle with that. Kobe was incredibly, incredibly selfish. He's a selfish little brat. A lot of people don't want to play with Kobe Bryant. I even feel like that's why Shaq also left LA, because he got tired of that little boy. Okay? But I'm like, you have to listen. Successful people are coachable people. Like, seriously. And like they talked about, even when he came to LA, because the egos, ooh, Lord Jesus. The egos, honey. Especially Kobe and his ego. And he a Leo, so good luck with that shit. Okay? But they said, like, Phil Knight would have these people have, like, they would do meditation and shit. Like, he would have them meditate and think about being nice people, be a good person, right? But Phil Knight, before he starts coaching them people, he takes them on spiritual retreats. Like, but I get it, because they make so much money. And they're so fucking arrogant. But I'm like, you want to make it? You have to be coachable. You want to have a ring? It's not going to be just about you. Everybody involved has to want to work hard to get the ring. You can't do it by yourself, right? But I'm like, great people, successful people have coaches, and they listen to those people. Oh, he's not a Leo? Oh, I always thought he was a Leo. Hold on. What's Kobe's birthday? What's his birthday? Oh, August 23rd. Oh, but he's a Virgo born in like Leo season. Okay. I always thought he was a Leo. Okay, he's a Virgo, my bad. But this boy, no, Kobe's a problem. He was a problem. He's a selfish little brat. Kobe used to hate passing the ball because he had to have all the numbers to himself. Like, you are insane. And when you're that selfish, but okay, you do it then. Do it by yourself. You can't play all these games by yourself. You can't win every single game by yourself. You need help, right? But I'm like, Phil Jackson, he's known as one of the greatest coaches to ever do it. No, Leo people are very stubborn. They're bullies. They're fire signs. They're a bunch of bullies. Hey, Janet, they're a bunch of bullies. Okay? But I'm like, what I've realized is that successful people are coachable. They have self-awareness. They have humility. Like, you know what? I guess you're right. Right? You have to allow yourself to be coached. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not to be mean, but I can tell people they're going to make it, they're going to make it. Because how well are you receiving to coaching? Like, did I say this right? How coachable are you? Right? Because coachable people, no, I never said, no, you told me to go full vegetarian. And I said, no, I need protein. But I did tell you, you're right. I'm going to add more fiber. I told you I'm going to add more fiber. Right? I told you that. You forgot? But you told me to go full vegetarian. I'm not going to be successful because I don't want to be full vegetarian. I like meat. Oh, do I love meat? I love steak. I love chicken. Okay, so it's not going to work. But I told you, you're going to see me eat more salad. I told you I'm going to do more fiber. I said I'm going to eat more greens. I told you that. Right? And I also told you, like last year, like I had to pick one. I couldn't do both. I couldn't do like the whole fitness stuff and nutrition. Like I'm going to be overwhelmed. So I just chose fitness. But in this season, I'm going to change the way I eat because you have to have a better diet if you want to lose the weight. But you also don't listen. So you hypocrite. Go get married. How many times I told you to get married? Okay. You are a Leo dating a Leo. Girl, good luck with that shit. A fire sign dating a fire sign? Why? I feel like as long as you guys know who you are and you have a fire extinguisher nearby, you probably will be okay. Or you have the firefighters on speed dial, right? You guys should be okay. But I'll definitely carry a fire extinguisher with me wherever I go. Because I'm like, that's a lot. 2 Leos together? Yeesh. Good luck with that one. But I definitely say don't do Leo and Libra. That don't work. It's nothing but passion. And then people get bored. Like said, you're J-Lo and the man is Ben. Work on it, girl. Work it, girl. Okay. But yeah, that's a lot of fire. That's a lot of fire. It's getting hot in here. Okay. But I'm like, you have to be coachable. But people who love to argue, yeesh, you're not gonna make it. You're gonna make your life difficult. You're gonna suffer just for the sake of suffering. Like you're just gonna suffer just because, right? People who resist change. Right? Like you have to be coachable. You're quiet or you're passive aggressive? Are you quiet or are you passive aggressive? You know what I'm saying? Oh Lord. And a lot of say, the baby's gonna be a Sagittarius to take the household up a notch. Oh my God. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Oh, it's too funny. No, I asked you. I didn't say you can be soft-spoken and be passive-aggressive. A lot of white women are soft-spoken, but they're passive-aggressive. A lot of white girls, they don't raise their voices, but the shit they say is passive-aggressive, right? You said, Lonnie, stop. But I'm like, you have to be coachable, right? You have to be coachable. And I'm like, and that's why I'm like, you see like all these Fortune 100, like even Fortune 500, besides the Korean man, right? They have mentors, they have coaches, they have all kinds of stuff, even their lawyers. It's like they are coachable. And because they're coachable, they become incredibly successful and they don't waste they don't burn all their money, right? But you have to be coachable, right? Because you can't do it by yourself, right? And then there are people out there who probably know a little bit more than you do, right? You got to have humility. You got to be coachable. But a lot of people, they're not coachable. And because of that, everything is harder. Everything takes a lot longer, right? Because they're not coachable. So life is a lot harder. Things come a lot harder. They have a lot of setbacks. They suffer for shits and giggles. You know what I mean? Okay, so it's okay to say you're passive aggressive. It's okay. Right? Because if you were fully aggressive, you wouldn't win. Because he's a man and he's a Leo. So he's crazier than you. So I feel like because you have some self-awareness, you realize that if you go that lane, you go get your ass whooped. So you find another way to fight your battle, which is you're passive aggressive. Right? It's okay. I can tell you guys, self-awareness is okay. When you're with me, you don't have to have a sanitized version of yourself. I see people exactly for who they are. You're too selfish and controlling to get married. I think the problem is you might be really sensitive, Cheese. You might be really sensitive. You might be sensitive. And you probably have an attachment, style that's like, that's really like clingy. When you love someone, you really love someone. So you fear losing people. And it's probably from your childhood. You probably lost something very dear to you when you were young and it just fucking fucked you up. Right. And now you don't you're afraid, but I'm sure you're very sensitive and I'm sure you're really nice. I'm sure you're very, very sweet. And that scares you because what if you give that to the wrong person? And then since you listen to these red pill people, they increase your anxiety because it makes you anxious. The lack of reciprocity makes you anxious, right? And so when you listen to that red pill content, they really they spike up your anxiety. Like it's really, really bad for you. You know what I'm saying? I think you're really sweet. I think you have attachment, like you have an attachment disorder. So you fear losing people. So you just rather not love someone because you fear losing the person, right? You can't live like that. Okay? You can't live like that. Yeah, they're not coachable. And I'm not trying to be mean. I swear, when I open my mouth, you would think I'm being mean, but I'm not being mean, right? And I think that's the Achilles heel for a lot of Black women, especially when it comes to their weight. They don't want to listen. So they get big, they get bigger, they become more and more unattractive, because it's not that you're not pretty, but the weight, it just stretches you out. And when you stretch out a picture, it's no longer as cute as it was. Then they get even more mad because they get even more neglected. It's like, well, it's a vicious cycle because you don't want to listen. But I'm like, a lot of Black women, they're not coachable. Like, look at Ashley. Like, Ashley is like, girl, I'm like, Ashley, good luck with that shit. But how many Black women try to be coaches and they end up quitting on the job? Like, nah, fuck this shit. I'm not coaching this Black woman no more. They're not coachable. And that's why they suffer. They're like, oh, I need a man. I'm happy being alone. Yeah, because you have a bad attitude. You're not coachable. Successful people are coachable. They love learning. They're like, oh, tell me what can I do better? Tell me how I can improve. Most Black women don't want to hear how they can improve. Kiss my ass, kiss my ass, kiss my ass, kiss my ass. No, you're insane. You need help. Okay? Yeah, you get quiet to avoid the confrontation. And then you do something else. Janet, it's okay to say you're passive aggressive. You can't fix something if you don't have self-awareness. I'm telling you, you're passive aggressive, right? You can't win direct confrontation, but you do confrontation. Oh, you do it, right? You're Leo, you do it. But because you can't win direct confrontation because you're a woman, you're not going to win, right? So you do passive aggressive shit. It's okay we're in 2026. It's okay to have self-awareness. We're a year older. Okay, we're all going to be a year older this year, so it's okay to have self-awareness. I'm telling you, you're passive aggressive, right? You got to work on that. And because you're passive aggressive, that's why he reacts the way that he does. So I'm going to say this. You both have to be honest about how you fight, because you don't play fair. Y'all play a little dirty. So if you keep doing that, it's not going to last, right? And that's why I say people need to have self-awareness. If two Leos get together, right, it's going to be like the war of the titans, because someone is going to want to rule. And it's like, by nature, you don't give up that easily. You don't submit easily. Leos have a strong ass will, right? So like I said, you two need to have self-awareness about that. And if you're not willing to submit to him, it's not going to work. Because what you guys will do, he will be overtly aggressive. You'll be passive aggressive. It's going to last until it don't last no more. And because you are a fire sign, people, you are passionate people, your love is going to turn into hatred. You will hate each other. And you will go as far as hell goes to destroy each other. That's what I'm seeing for your relationship, right? That's what the Lord is showing me. So I'm telling you this. If you really want to be with him and you love him, and listen to me. I even see the jailhouse. Because you are Leos. Like, the same way you love is the same way you hate, right? So if you really want to be together, y'all need to go to premarital counseling, right? No. I'm being for real. Because you both have it in you. You are Leos. Don't lie to yourself, right? And a Leo person is not somebody who bows down easily. They need to be broken into submission. So my thing is, since you're the woman, okay, I'm telling you, stop being passive aggressive. If you really love him, stop being passive aggressive. If you don't like something, just tell him you don't like it, right? And if you want to be with him, you'll have to love him unconditionally, but you will learn, you will have to submit. And it's not natural for you. That's why you do passive aggressive shit, because you need to have your way, but you can't have your way overtly. So you do passive aggressive shit, right? So I'm saying, if you really want it to work, y'all need to go to premarital counseling. And you have to figure out your power dynamics as soon as possible. Because if you don't, you two are going to hate each other. And at that point, somebody please bring a bunch of fire extinguishers, because you're going to go as far as it takes to destroy each other. It's not a joke. Like this stuff is, that's why I say people need to know themselves. Don't pretend, oh no, that's not who. right? It's the same thing I say when I'm like, girls, they have a certain attraction to a certain kind of man, and then they cry about the man not being monogamous. Girl, have you seen his village? There ain't no monogamy in the village. Do they even know how to spell monogamy in the village? No. You have an attraction to a man who doesn't have a culture of monogamy. And then you go in that relationship expecting monogamy. Are you a dummy? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Pearl said, no more dummy shit in 2026, right? Self-awareness. It's going to help a lot of us, right? And I'm telling you, you need to be honest about that, right? You're a Leo. You have a lot of pride. And so does he. So if you really like him and you really want it to work, Janet, you're going to have to just submit. So that means you can't be petty. You can't try to get your lick back. You cannot do microaggression, passive aggressive shit, right? If something really hurts you, you're going to have to find a mature way to say, oh, when you do X, Y, and Z, it really hurts me. And I would like for you to stop because this is how it makes me feel. But that's not natural for you because you've never done that. That's why you do passive aggressive shit. Because none of your relationships, the men that you've been with, right? None of the men you've been with in any of your relationship have ever asked you to step up like that as a mature woman. You do your bullshit and they cater to you because they're not Leos, right? Now you met your match. You met your match, right? So I'm going to tell you this. It's a lot better to say, when you do X, Y, and Z, this is how it makes me feel. And if I would like for you to stop because a part of me wants to react like this, but I know that the way I react to shit is not conducive to a healthy relationship. So please help me to love you because this is not natural for me. You hear me, right? There you go. Like I said, and y'all need to go to premarital counseling and y'all got to figure the hierarchy of power. Because the same way you love is the same way you can hate because you're a Leo, right? Because people, and my thing is like, if people even care too, to be honest, right? Love and hate, it's the same shit because they both require a lot of passion. Like the way you can't hate someone you've never loved, right? You hate someone because you loved them at one point, but you can't express that a certain way. You ain't gotta talk to me. I said go to premarital. Y'all always want to talk to me. Go to premarital counseling. You have to go to premarital counseling. You have to know who you are. Just like people who know, if you know in your heart of heart, in your gut of gut, in your flesh of flesh, that you have an addictive personality, then don't start watching porn. Don't start, oh, I just do a little bit of weed. No, you're the kind of person, you don't do nothing small. Everything you do, you go crazy. It becomes an addiction, right? So, yeah, but because you should go first. You should go first. You know, I think the problem with you, a lot of you ladies in counseling, because you want to take these men to counseling, but the problem is there's a lack of trust. And people don't know if this counseling shit is going to be a gang up ritual. And also, a lot of men also don't trust this counseling shit because like, what the fuck? So the best thing to do is for you to be a living embodiment of what counseling does to a person. So if he doesn't want to go to counseling, you should go first because you need it. Because submission is not natural to you. And I would assume that you're with this young man because you want to be married to this young man, right? So he doesn't have to. It would be nice if he did. If you have to go by yourself first, that's maybe the way God wants it to be because it's you that has to submit, not him. He has to lead. It's very different. It's a different set of skills and it's a different part of our brain. And it requires something very different from, yeah, you're a therapist. But the problem about therapy, like you see like the guy from Forever 21, right? When people are doctors, because they know shit, they think nobody can tell them shit. Remember how I said you got to be coachable. When you go to therapy, you can go to therapy for your finances, for your childhood. That's not the same as going to therapy for this specific relationship to be successful, right? Second thing, when you are a therapist, right, going to therapy, you can find ways to also finesse your own therapist. Right? You can find ways to close doors if she's asking a question you don't want to answer because you know how the game goes because you do it for a living, right? So what I'm saying is to not be manipulative, right? And to really submit to a process of therapy where you are actually talking about this relationship, right? Because you see, you did that shit with me. I asked you a question. I said, Janet, are you passive aggressive? Instead of saying yes or no, you said, oh, I'm soft-spoken. Because you thought I was what? An idiot? No. I asked you something specific, right? I didn't ask about the tone, right? Yeah, but my point is, you can address your relationship, Janet, but because you're a therapist, you know how to deflect, right? You get me, right? It's like a lot of doctors, like no matter what you do, if you go to a doctor that does what you do for a living, you might find a way to distract this doctor because you don't want to hear what you don't want to hear, because that's what you do for a living, right? So as a therapist, I don't put it past you to find ways to deflect, to close the door, to change the subject, right? So you're in there, but you're not really in there. You're in there to say, oh, I went to therapy, right? But if we're still doing passive aggressive shit, then in therapy, we haven't addressed the real shit, because most likely you play games with your therapist because you're one yourself, right? Make sense? You see, like even is it like Hannibal Lecter? Was he not like also like a therapist, like a psychiatrist himself? You see how good he was, right? That's what happens when we do something for a living, and then we go see someone who does what we do for a living. Many times we're not really submitting to the process. Sometimes you can even size up your therapist to see how good the therapist is, right? And it's like, that's not ethical in a way, but whatever, right? But what I'm saying is you need to go into therapy and really, when you walk through that door, truly submit to the process. Don't go in there playing games with people, and don't play games with yourself, right? Because you're wasting time. You know what I'm saying? You're wasting time. But I'm like, don't do passive aggressive shit. There's no need for that. If you want, no, y'all like to talk to me. If you want this to work, you're going to have to submit. And it's not natural to you. So you need to work with your therapist or a new one that you haven't mind fucked. Okay, find a new therapist that you haven't mind fucked, right? And then talk to your therapist about help me with submission. Because at first it's going to be hard, right? But because you see, exactly. So because you mind fucked your therapist. There you go. There you go. It's okay. We can be honest. Okay. So find a new therapist that you haven't mind fucked. Preferably non-black, non-woman, maybe a man. Right? Go find a therapist that you haven't mind fucked, and then tell your therapist, I like this guy. I want to be married to him. And I would like for our relationship to lead to marriage and a peaceful marriage. But here's what I struggle with. Submission is not natural to me. I like getting my leg back. Now, if I can't get it overtly, well, I guess I'll be passive aggressive. Okay? And they're going to help you because it's not natural for you. It's not natural, right? But I'm like, and that's what's required to have a successful relationship, right? And I feel like once that happens, I think he'll calm down too, right? Self-awareness, I keep telling you, I keep saying it. I'm like, self-awareness is going to set us all free. Self-awareness is going to help us all to become better people. It's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. This is who I am. My name is so-and-so. Exactly. There you go. Find a therapist you haven't mind fucked. You know what I mean? But I feel like it's okay. If he doesn't want to go, that's fine. Doesn't have to go now. But if you go and also if he does he know you go to therapy right now also? Because if he knows you go to therapy and your behavior is not giving someone who goes to a therapist and is still giving like ratchet, I can see why he doesn't believe in therapy. You know, you are a walking billboard for what you're trying to recommend someone to do. Because imagine somebody goes to therapy and they haven't changed. Like, does this stuff actually work? Why would I go there? I had a friend one time. I had to ask her, like, you're a therapist? Does she give you homework? Something like, this is crazy. What kind of therapy is this? I was like, does your therapist give you homework? Because I'm so confused. And then I said, like, when are you going to be done with therapy? Or at least, like, when do y'all move on to a whole new chapter? Yeah, you have to get premarital counseling. I will never stop saying it. People have to go to premarital counseling. You need someone who doesn't know you, who doesn't really care about your feelings, who's going to ask y'all some real questions, right? Who's going to be head of household? What does it look like to be a wife? How does submission make you feel? Like, what? Right? Are you okay with cooking for your husband? Okay? Y'all need to go, you see? Y'all need to go, you see? Yeah, but okay, could you see how, because your behavior hasn't changed, he doesn't believe in it? Because how long you been with this person? You see? Like, let me give you a good example, right? Let me give you a good example. So you're going to see what I mean, okay? Okay. Take Air Jordans, for example, right? Hold on. Right? Take these J's, like the whole brand, right? Why do people believe in the brand? Well, I tell you, I said, people don't understand this, right? Everything's about being a brand, you guys. Everybody has a brand, whether you realize it or not. Everybody has a brand, right? But I'm like, when it comes to Nike, the whole brand, the whole Nike brand, but more specifically, the Air Jordan brand, right? Why do people exactly like, no, for real? What does your therapist do again? Because I'm not seeing the transformation. I don't think he's not believing it, because you are a walking billboard of therapy. That's your profession, and then you go to it, but then you're passive aggressive. Like, oh, what? Okay. So I'm like, he's not buying it, because you're not credible. Do you know why a lot of people don't believe in Jesus? Because their family that is so-called Christian, that reads the Bible and they pray to God and they speak in tongues, when they look at their family's behavior, like, if that's God, I don't want it. There are a lot of people who are turned off by God, religion, you name it, because when they look at their family, they say, ain't no way. If this is what a Christian is, I don't want it. Thank you. I'd rather go to the club. I'd rather go to the hookah bar. People would rather go to the strip club because they think there's more brotherly love in the strip club than at the church, because they can't believe their family. What kind of Christian people act like this? Right? And I fear when it comes to you, you're not a good representation of therapy. It's your career, but it's probably not something that you embody really well. You do it for money, right? But I don't think you see like healthy communication as a primary mode of like having healthy relationships with human beings, right? Just like you have people who go to med school, they become doctors. And they think it's all about, just being a doctor and doing, no, but it's also about healing. It's about taking care of people, nurturing people, loving people. It's not just cutting people up or giving them prescriptions, giving them drugs. Okay, it's a people business. Like it's a ministry. You have to care for people. But the thing is, a lot of people go to med school for prestige, for status, for money, and not for people. A great doctor is going to be a people's person. Like, they really love people. Like, you know what? I don't think you're sick. I think you're just sad. Right? So here's what we're going to do. Okay? Right? So it's like, it could be the case that therapy for you is a profession. Right? But like the way you live your life day to day, you don't see healthy conversations, right? As a mode of having healthy relationships with human beings. Because there comes an age, right? With all that passive aggressive shit, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. People need to learn to sit down and say, hey, I've noticed that you do this thing right there. And when you do it, this is how it makes me feel. Right? And when I feel that way, I've noticed that my initial reaction is to also react that way. But that's not who I want to be. So do you think you can help me? Right? Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah. You know what I mean? Okay, but you held a grudge, you see? Instead of sitting down with him and saying, this is how you made me feel. Have you ever talked to him about that? You see, because you don't have to be with someone because you've been with him for a long time, right? If you can talk to him about how he made you feel when you went through grad school, why would you want to marry him? How can you marry someone you can't forgive? Right? Now, girl, you're still passive aggressive. You haven't forgiven that shit, right? Also, the thing is, because you might call it demeaning. I don't know what he said exactly, and he's not here to defend himself, but it could also be possible what you call demeaning, maybe he was questioning your choices. It wasn't always demeaning. Because sometimes people create these narratives in their head when it's like, maybe he was saying shit that was valid, but because you didn't have the gangster to hear it, you said, oh, he's demeaning me. Really? I don't know. I have to talk to him. Okay. Right? You know what I mean? Like Janet Jackson, I said that before. Janet Jackson, she used to talk about how Michael used to send her like a home gym and talk about her weight and stuff. And when I was younger, I was like, oh, that's so mean. But then I got older, I'm like, maybe he was looking out for you, because why are you so big? Okay. right? So I feel like sometimes ladies, when women are not ready to hear certain things, they brush it off as, oh, you're being demeaning, you're being mean to me. They do it to me all the time. But it's like, nobody's being mean to you. You just don't like what you're hearing. So because he's not here to defend himself, that demean thing, it might be subjective, you know? I don't know. Yeah. But then now you have to let it go. You got to move on. It's in the past. And like I said, what you call demeaning, maybe he was asking you questions. Right? Or maybe he was not seeing someone who was serious. I'll tell you, I'll give you another story, right? I have this baby sis. She's a little weirdo, but whatever, right? But she's always talking about, oh, she wants to go to med school. She wants to go to med school. The girl's always on TikTok talking about clothes, shoes. She wants to resell shoes. I'm like, okay. She want to go to med school to be a dermatologist. Okay. Her MCAT, only God knows how she did. Ultimately, long story short, she didn't get to med school. Now she got married, and the man, he took the money and he helped his brother to go to school. And I'm like, well, I can see why he doesn't believe that you really want to be a doctor. Because nothing about what you do, when you come home from work, right, and you get to do something that you really love, it never gives med school. Okay, you talk about, oh, you want to be a dermatologist. Okay, if you want to be a dermatologist, why don't you do social media where you talk about skincare, where you talk about skin disease, where you talk about skin issue, right? So do you want to be a doctor, or you're just in love with the idea of being a doctor because to you it's status, it's money, it's prestige? Because I'm like, that's crazy. Like me, if I really wanted to be a dermatologist, if I had time for social media, I would be talking about the derma, not shoes, not designer shoes, not trying to sell shoes, right? So many times when it comes to education, a lot of ladies are truly unserious. And because most men tend to be very reasonable, very objective, they'll be like, well, it doesn't get serious. Are you serious about your education? And if you don't really want to do it, don't do that shit because you're not serious. And instead of saying, yeah, you're right, I can see how my energy is really unserious because my hobbies, things I do when I have free time, it doesn't give somebody who wants to go to med school, like, oh, he's being mean to me. Oh, no, he's not. He's asking you a serious question. You are very unserious. And let's also be for real. A lot of ladies also, they hide in education because they don't want to face adulthood. So they go from one degree to another degree because they are afraid of the real world. They're afraid of applying for a job. They're afraid of competition. They're afraid of fucking growing up. So they're always in college. They're always in school, right? And so when someone asks you a lot of questions that are actually highly logical because you don't have a logical answer, a woman is going to weaponize her feelings. Oh, he's being mean to me. Oh, he's trying to bully me. Oh, he doesn't believe in me. You don't even believe in yourself. Because when are you going to graduate? And when are you going to start actually working this damn job? Okay. So it's like he's not here to defend himself. You know what I mean? Because there's like, when it comes to like telling people shit, there's like telling people facts. And then there's like telling people your perspective, right? So when you say demean, it could just be your perspective, right? It might not be factual. Because if he was here and then he told us what he said to you, it might be like, well, I would have asked you the same shit, right? But a lot of ladies, you have to coddle the ladies. You have to cater to their delusional asses. You have to put up with their forever timeline. When are you going to graduate, boo-boo? Nobody knows. Oh, I got to take one more class. I need more credits. Okay. Interesting, right? So I'm like, demean, factual or paradigm, perspective? He's not here, right? He's not here. But I'm just saying, like, if you are a therapist and you go to therapy, there has to be changed behavior. But if you're a therapist and you go to therapy and you're still petty, I can see why he don't believe it. All right? Because even me, I'm like, yeah, this thing don't work. I know plenty of people who go to therapy and I'm confused. Like, does it work? Because like, oh my, does your therapist give you homework? And when are you going to graduate from this shit? Because I feel like sometimes with therapy also, people go in there to rehash the same shit over and over and over and over again. It's like, okay, like we're done talking about this. right? You came, talked about your mama, your daddy, whatever. We talked about this for 10 sessions. It's fucking over. Let's move on. Now, what are we doing next? Right? It fucking happened. Let's move the fuck on. But I think a lot of therapists out here, I don't know, I've never been in therapy, but I feel like they're just, all they do is rehash the same old shit over and over. And I'm like, oh gosh, you have to tell this person it's enough. You've talked about it. I've listened to you. I give you homework. And now you have to actually look like you graduated. Let's talk about something else. I am bored. So that's what I would say. Okay. But you gotta let shit go. Or if you haven't properly talked about it, talk about it one more time and let it go. And try to see it from his side, because maybe he was not trying to demean you. I wasn't there, I don't know. But I'm saying maybe he was not trying to demean you, and he was just asking you like some serious questions. And because you didn't have a logical answer to a logical question, you weaponize your feelings. It's, oh, you're being demeaning, because you're running away from having to answer the question. It's just like tears, right? Like a lot of girls, like they'll start crying. You start asking girls real shit. You start holding women accountable. They start crying. There you go. Because she's not trying to answer. Because she knows she fucked up big time. Instead of apologizing, taking ownership and apologizing, she gonna start crying, right? That's what women do. When they don't have a logical answer to a logical question, they deflect, they cry. Oh, you're being mean to me. They start accusing you of bullshit, right? So, but I said, Janet, if you really love him, go to therapy. Go to pre-counseling, like make it work, right? If you're just there with him because you've been there for so long, it's comfortable, and y'all play these crazy games, that's not healthy. And it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse, right? So a choice has to be made. It's 2026. Make healthy choices, amen? Okay, but I wish you guys the best. Like I said, Jordan, people believe in the brand because it's Michael Jordan. He knows how to win. He's a fucking winner. So Nike also, most people that are signed to Nike, they're exceptional at what they do, right? So people believe in the brand because it's a brand that is worn by winners. It's a brand made for like the 1% of like genetic freaks, okay? These people are so like, they're fucking phenomenal. So that's what Nike is. That's what Nike built their brand around. So when you wear that shit, you feel like, yeah, I'm amongst the people who do that shit, right? That's it. So think about who you are in your career as a brand. And so if he's not receptive to go to therapy, he doesn't believe in the brand, right? So you have to work harder on being a better representation of the brand. And slowly but surely, he's going to be more open to it. Even if it starts with like listening to a podcast, or it starts with like reading a book, right? You have to take small wins with people, okay? Someone might not go to therapy off the rip because you asked for it. He might not want to be no bitch to your ass, right? But I'm saying one day he could start listening to different kind of podcasts. Like, okay, maybe let me see what that is, right? Let people slowly come into it by themselves. Don't force people. He could start reading books about therapy, right? He can go to therapy on his own and not tell you. You understand? So it's like the best thing you can do is to represent in the best way you can that therapy actually works. So people should be observed. The people should be able to say, oh, you know what? The old Janet would have reacted this way. But ever since she's been going to therapy and she applies what she has learned in therapy, the new Janet is calmer. The new Janet she doesn't get mad. Even if she's mad, she won't go to sleep mad. She wakes up the next day. She talks about something else, right? She's very positive. If you do something she doesn't like, she'll calmly let you know, right? She doesn't force you to do anything you don't want to do. She gives you time. She gives you the information. She lets you think for yourself, right? People love people who allow them to arrive to things when they're ready to get there. Nobody wants to be bullied. Nobody wants to be traumatized, okay? Or blackmailed into doing shit they're not convicted in doing. And this is where a lot of women, they fuck up. Forcing people to do shit they don't have any conviction in doing, right? It's like, focus on yourself and be the best representation you can be. Once you become a great role model, people gonna follow you. See, Michael Jordan didn't have to say, buy my shoes, buy my shoes. No. People ran and be like, I want that. People saw him play. People saw him fly. They're like, oh, dang, I want to be like Mike. Everything he has on his body, I want to go buy that shit. Why? Because he's fucking incredible. right? A lot of people, they're mediocre, and then they want to give people advice. They want to tell people what to do. No, be great first. Be fucking great. Okay? And a lot of people, they're mediocre, they're average, and they're trying to tell people what the fuck to do. You haven't made it yet. You haven't even made it yet. Okay? Like, no. But when you are exceptional, when you're phenomenal, you don't have to tell nobody shit. They want to be just like you. You're fucking inspirational. Like, how the fuck you do that shit? Right? And then people want to copy you because, like, wow, this is impressive. How do you do that shit? Right? And that's how you have a real brand. You don't have to force people. You know, like, there are a bunch of brands out here that don't spend $1 on marketing. They don't pay no influence. Like, influencers are lining up to go buy their shit. They don't pay influencers. They don't give money to influencers. If they really like you, they might send you PR and shit. Because the story of the brand is so fucking inspirational. Everybody wants in. Everybody wants in. Right? And I'm telling you that. So I'm like, last year was last year, but I'm saying, like, in 2026, right? I really hope that you really, really transform yourself, right? And don't mind fuck your therapist. Please don't do that. It's unethical. Okay? Do not mind fuck your therapist. Be really transparent. Be really honest. Right? And if you're really not over what happened in school, talk to him about it one more time. Right? See it from his perspective and then truly forgive him. And let's not talk about this shit ever again. We move on. Gotta move on. Right? You can't build the future always looking into the past and trying to be sad. It don't work. Look at the Ashkenazi Jews, like, always talking about the Holocaust. Always talking about the Holocaust. It leads to them desiring genocide. They want to kill everybody because they live in the past. We are in 2025 and they're still talking about something that happened in 1945. And they don't get better. They get sicker. Always talking about the past. Always talking about Hitler. Always talking about the Holocaust. It has made these Jewish people sicker. They're so sick. They're sick with hatred because they can't let that shit go. You have to move on because we become the people we hate. Now they've killed so many people. They've killed so many Palestinians. I'm like, you're on par with Hitler. There's no way you haven't killed 6 million Palestinians, right? And even if it's not just Palestinians, take all the other people they massacred. It's like, there's no way you haven't reached Hitler's number, right? So that's my thing. Be better. Forgive, let things go, and also forgive yourself, right? You don't know what you don't know, right? And hopefully it works out because I don't want y'all to destroy each other. And when there's no forgiveness, the devil actually rules. Where there's no forgiveness, the devil rules, and it can get really, really bad, right? And we don't want it to get there. Even if you break up with this man, it should still be peaceful because at one point he was part of your life, and everything about him wasn't bad, right? Maybe you might be right. Maybe he was the meaning, but I'm sure if you stay with him, there were things that were also good, right? So when you remember a person, don't just remember where they fucked up. Okay, remember the totality of the person. When they do good, give them credit. When they fell short, let them know and give people mercy. The same way Christ also gives you mercy, right? But I pray it works out. If it doesn't work out, I also pray that you guys, you break up in a very peaceful, respectable way, respectful way, a kind way, right? In a Christian way. It doesn't have to be war after love, right? We don't have to hate people that used to be our exes. We can be friendly to our exes. We can wish the best to our exes. You know, I wasn't the person for you, or you were not the person for me. But it's my prayer that you find the right person because I do believe you deserve to be loved. Okay, right? That's it. Amen. God is really good. God is faithful. God is really faithful. But I'm glad you shared that. Okay, yeah, glad you shared that. Right. So whether you stay so that it can be positive. Right. Stay that it can be a beautiful thing, a beautiful transformation. Don't do that passive aggressive shit. I hate that shit, right? If you decide to leave, it can also be peaceful. Be very peaceful, right? Because I'm sure you learned something with this young man, and I'm sure he did with you. But I will say, from what I'm getting in my heart, is that there has to be transformed behavior. The Spirit is even saying radical transformation. You have to radically transform. Yes, Janet. Mm-hmm. You know, God talks, huh? Radical transformation, and be a sweetheart. When you start becoming sweeter, he'll be super sweet. And the thing, the thing about Leos too, if you know how to get the Leos the right way, especially men, the Leo men, if you know how to handle this young man and you let him lead, because that's what he was, because he's a bully. Stefan's out here. Stefan, he wakes up and he listens to like war shit, occupational shit. I tell his dad, I'm like, I'm concerned. Like, what the fuck? Is my son planning for world domination? But even Jasper also is a Leo. But what I've learned is that with Leo men, if you let them be Leos the way they want to be Leos, you're going to be well taken care of. You'll be extremely well taken care of. But if you defy their gangster and you want them to subjugate to you, unfortunately, they have to teach you a lesson, and it's not going to be cute. And because you're a woman, you're going to spiral, right? But I'll say this, because that's what I'm receiving in my spirit. I think he's really sweet. But the thing is, you don't know how to handle him. Because you might also have lingering feminist tendencies against you. And y'all need to surrender that. It's a spirit, okay? But I'll say this, from the Leo men that I know, when you let them lead and you trust them and you don't bother these people, they can be amazing protectors. Because they have that. It's the lion thing. Like they can be amazing protectors. And because they're amazing protectors, they can be amazing providers. But you can't try their gangster. Like, that's just, ooh, they don't respond well to that shit. Okay? They don't respond well to that shit. So don't be a feminist. Be a child of God. And if while attending your liberal colleges, you picked up on demonic energy, demonic spirits of feminism, surrender that shit ASAP. Relinquish anything feminist in you. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And it's the kind of shit that hinders healthy relationships. It is bullshit. That equality bullshit, that equal to a man bullshit, it's fuckery. You don't need to be equal to no one. But also, nobody needs equality. What people should be teaching people out here, just because you have more, when you have more, have mercy for those who have less. When you have less, don't take advantage of those who have more, right? Respect. We don't need equality. We need respect for people. No matter gender, age, socioeconomic status, literacy status, just don't take advantage of people. Be respectful. Have good manners. Be mindful. Practice reciprocity, right? Don't take more than you have access to. Don't be greedy, right? If people are civil, people have good manners, if people are Christ-like, we don't need to be equal. Because the one who's big, he's not going to bully the weak. Instead, because he's so big, he'll go above and beyond to protect the weak. And the one who's weak, because he's weak, he'll stay out the way to not bother the big person, right? That's it. We don't need to be equal to no one. These are the demonic ass ideals of white people, especially white women, that out here, and they cause other people to struggle in having healthy relationships with people of the opposite sex. Because people are seeking equality. That's not the purpose. Your fingers ain't even equal. If you look at your body carefully, you have one side that is longer than the other. Pay close attention. Even our faces, they're not fully symmetric, right? And it does not stop anyone from living life. No one's ever said, wow, I'm so sad because my fingers are not equal. I'm so miserable. I wish my fingers were equal in length. You've never said that shit. You've never looked at your toes and like, oh, wow, I wish my toes were equal in length. No, it works just fine because everybody has a role to play. And we have to honor people. No matter what role they play, it's a vital role. If you're a CEO, it matters. If you are a janitor, it also matters. Everybody matters. We have to learn to treat people with respect. We don't need equality. Only poorly raised mofos need to be equal to someone, to respect someone, because you're not raised right. Even a dog. You don't have to be a dog to be nice to a dog. It's an animal. Why are you bullying the animal? Because you ain't shit. Good people don't need equality. They lead with love and respect for other people, right? That's it. That's that. It's not that hard, right? But if you have feminist tendencies in you, relinquish that shit in 2026. Be the daughter of Christ. Be the daughter of God. And you'll see it's going to be a great relationship. I'm telling you, it can be great. It can be awful. It's up to the people, right? But from what I'm receiving, I think he can be a great provider and a great protector. But don't trigger him. Don't trigger him. That's why I keep getting, don't trigger this man. Do not trigger the people, okay? But Leos, they can be awesome. Don't provoke these men, okay? Don't provoke the people. All right. So with that being said, my people, with that being said, okay, you're welcome, baby. You're welcome. With that being said, in this life, okay, if you want to make it, you have to be coachable. Okay? If you want to make it, you have to be coachable. Right? Because what happens is sometimes also you can have perspective bias because it's you. You're like, it's like sometimes it takes someone who's not you or is not inside of you to have better perspective. Like, oh, I don't know. I don't think it's the right way to go. Right? Because we have perspective blindness, we have perspective bias. It's a lot of things, right? But you need a coach. Everybody needs to be coached, right? And everybody should be coached. I mean, people should want to be coachable so that it's a lot easier for you to attain your goals and you have less friction to get to your goals, right? And for that, you have to learn to listen. You have to listen to people. You don't have to just because somebody tells you something, you don't have to go do it right away, but you have to learn to listen. If it makes sense, you should listen, right? If you listen and then when you sit by yourself, think about it, write about it, and if on paper it makes a lot of sense, you should apply that. If someone gives you advice, you should ask yourself, okay, if I apply the advice, what do I stand to gain, right? What do I stand to lose? If you stand to gain more than you lose, most likely you should apply the advice. Right? Make your life easier. Don't make your life harder. If someone has been through what you've been through and they're telling you, you might not want to do it because I've done it and here's what happened when I did it. Oh, I don't care. I'll do it myself. Okay. And guess what? You'll have the same failure. And once you fail, it might take you longer to bounce back than the other person because you don't have the same tenacity as the other person. Right? But I've come to realize that successful people are coachable people. CEOs, athletes, you name it, YouTubers, doesn't matter what it is, right? Children, right? But successful people, what's up now? Successful people are coachable. She's going to see you again. Think that your daddy's a white man. Okay, put your hand down. Okay, successful people are coachable people. So in 2026, I pray you get a coach, even with weight loss. You can say, oh, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. How many years have you said that? You're still big, right? How many years you said, oh, I got this. I got this. Okay. You do it for a month and then you quit, right? So if you realize that you really can't do it by yourself because you've said you're going to do it many, many times, you never do it because it's hard for you, right? Just pay the money and get a damn coach, right? Group classes, fitness classes, right? Just join a group, pay the money. Because if you pay the money, you're more likely to show up, right? It's okay. You understand, you guys? 2026, you need to realize everybody needs help, right? Don't go around saying, oh, I got it. You don't have shit and you're tired. You need help, right? You've wasted a lot of time thinking that you could do this by yourself. No. You need help. You need a coach. You need structure. You need some kind of group class, some kind of fitness class. If it comes to your nutrition, instead of buying random meal plans on the YouTube, on the TikTok, on the whatever, right? Just if you have insurance, go see a nutritionist. They probably have more tools there. They probably have the shape scale. They probably have all kinds of stuff in there, right? Go pay the money. If you have insurance, most likely your insurance probably covers a nutritionist. Go pay the money. And then they'll tell you exactly what you need to eat for your body type, for the amount of fat that you have, the muscles you're trying to build, based on how often you exercise, right? They'll be able to give you better information because they have all the tools to know what your body is made up of, right? It's okay to get a coach. It really is okay to get a coach, okay? If you're in school and you're struggling, instead of wasting hours in the library just suffering, put your money together, go get you a tutor. Because that tutor can come in there and show you things and just unlock your mind. Oh, dang, that's it, right? Don't waste hours trying to solve a problem when there are tutors who can help you, right? It's okay to get help. You understand? Like me, when I was doing computer science, I was like, what the heck? I had a tutor. My mom used to pay for that stuff. It was $50 an hour, and she sure did pay for it. I'm like, oh. But I learned a lot. Because I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, that's it. Okay, cool. Okay, now I feel better, right? It is perfectly okay to hire help. right? If you live in your house, your apartment, and it's a hot ass mess, and you know you don't like cleaning, don't live in a pig pen, right? Hire the maids. There are a lot of Latinas, they have cleaning businesses. They'll come and clean your house. You don't like to clean. It's okay to get help. Okay? You don't have to sit there and fester in your mediocrity. Get some help. All right? Get some help. If you need the help of a real therapist, a real psychologist, psychiatrist, stop hiding by going to church. It's not enough. It's a good start, right? Going to church is good, but you have to sit down with a mental health professional. The pastor is not a mental health professional. Yelling, screaming, running to and fro inside the church. That is not professional help. Okay? The pastor is a pastor. He preaches the word of God. But for your current mental condition, you need to sit down with a professional. You can do both. You can do Christ, you can do the church and therapy. Okay? That's it. Because you need something a bit more specific than just sitting in church screaming and just doing whatever the hell you're doing in church. Like, that's crazy. Okay? It's okay. 2026 is the year we're going to normalize getting help. Get the help you need. Pay the money, get the help you need, right? Like, that's what money is for. Money's here to make your life easier. Don't hoard the money, okay? Use the money to make your life easier. Use the money to make you a better mate. Use the money to make you a better person. Use the money to make you fitter. Use the money to make you more active. Use the money to make you a better cook. Whatever you need help with, hire a damn coach, okay? And when the coach is coaching, listen. If you're not sure, ask, okay, why would I do that? Or how is this helpful? And they'll tell you why. You're like, okay, all right, cool, I'll do it. Okay, it's okay to ask why. Why do I have to do this? How does this help my body? How does this movement help my body? How does this food help my body? Okay, they'll tell you the why. Oh, okay, that's nice to know. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, you have to be coachable. Stop resisting when people are trying to coach you. You don't have it. Okay, you don't have what it takes. Make sense? All right, you guys. So hopefully you've heard this message. I think tomorrow, I'm going to try to make a video tomorrow, depending when I show up tomorrow, because I want to talk about guys, men who cry profusely at weddings, and how men who cry profusely at weddings give me anxiety. I don't trust men who cry like dummies. I'm talking like snot and like all kinds of tears, like a flood of tears at the altar. Whew, y'all, it gives me anxiety. I saw this man marrying this girl. She's like she's a model, right? The way that man was crying, no offense to the man, but I'm like, I don't trust this. You might end up being a cheater. You might end up being a demon in her life. Why are you crying so hard like this? Okay, so me and Deep Sea had a conversation about it, because I was like, no, I don't. Yeah, I'm serious, Gigi. I don't trust it. It scares me. Excessive display of like emotions and shit. Oh, I get fucking scared. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Because to me, tears are a way to disarm people. People cry like that because they're trying to disarm you. People cry like that because they want to evoke into your head like this image of like, oh, look, he's crying because I'm the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. He's crying because he loves me oh so much, right? And then you go in there fully blind because he cried, Marlene. He cried for me. I said, no, he cried because he saw how he's about to fuck up your life for the rest of your life, right? Because I like people who are tempered with their emotions. Like, I'm not saying don't be emotional, but I'm saying, why is it so excessive? Right? And that scares me. So Deepseek and I had a conversation. So initially, this is what happened. Initially, Deepseek was like, no, Marlene, you're doing a little too much. Just because a man cries like that, don't mean you're going to cheat, girl. I said, nah, Deepseek, you don't understand. And let me tell you what I know. Okay, so I can talk to Deepseek. By the end of it, it was like, sis, you might have clocked the tea. I said, I told you, I know what I see. This ain't it. You know, it's like, think of a person. Let's say you have a friend. It doesn't matter, a friend, relationship, whatever. And you have this person who says, Gigi, I promise I'll never betray you. Gigi, I love you so much. You know that, right? Gigi, I'll never betray you. Gigi, I always want to be in your life. Gigi, it's like, okay. And to me, when a person talks like that, they're going to betray you so easily. Oh, they'll backstab you so damn fast. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, a real one, they ain't gonna say shit. They might even say, I think even a real one might say, you know what, we'll see when we get there. Depends, right? It depends what happens with life. And it depends what life calls for. I'm like, yeah, I'm more likely to trust your ass. Because you're not over-promising. Because anybody's capable of betrayal. You don't know what somebody's gonna offer you. It might be so tempting, you might not be able to say no. So how can you promise me what you're gonna do forever? Like, child, listen, we'll see when we get there. But when somebody hits you with the, oh, I promise you, I'll never betray you. Oh, I love you so much. Oh, like you're like the most amazing person ever. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you chose me. Oh my, Now I'm getting anxious. I'm like, okay, like now you're making me fucking uncomfortable. What the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, that person right there, you're about to fucking fold. Because to me, I'm like a real person, they're not gonna say shit. When it happens, you'll see. Right? Like we have a saying in French, it's like at the foot of the wall that you'll see who a real mason is, like because how well the wall is built, right? And I'm like, that's how I feel. Don't tell me be about it. But when I see a man cry like that, I'm like, nah, he do a little too much. All these crazy ass proposals, like they're so ostentatious, like they get even offensive. I'm like, what the fuck is all this shit? It's performative. It's extremely performative. What the fuck is he about? What the fuck are you up to? Okay? That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Because I'm like, real lovers, like real loyal people, their love is quiet. But it's like, it's unresoundingly faithful. They're not going to go shouting at oh, I love her so much. I love him so much. Nah. But when push comes to shove, they're not folding. Right? But it's the people, they're very, very tempered. Very, very tempered. But I just feel like women don't like that because women like a man who performs. And I feel like, and I'm like, and this is why they be out here attracting scammers because they love a performative man. But a performative man is not a loyal man. He's a performer. He's a fucking snake. He's a fucking charmer. This shit's not gonna end well. Okay? But I have a video for you on that. And you'll see. You'll see what my thesis are, and then you'll tell me what you think of that. But I'm like, I've seen a few men at the altar crying and crying and crying profusely, like snot and shit. I have seen a few proposals that are extremely dramatic. And I'm like, this is not sincere. This is not sincere. This man, he knows who he's dealing with. He's dealing with a narcissist. So he knows he has to be excessively performative because the woman is a narcissist. She's a narc. Like for her, if you love me, you have to put a whole Cirque du Soleil shit, okay, production. And I'm like, sis, you're asking for a scammer. You're asking for a scammer. And I think what happens with men like that, the men who cry like crazy, all that shit, I think they're the kind of people to get bored quickly. It's shiny object syndrome. Keep up, wasn't this the same man who cried for that girl, Marlene? I'm like, yeah, that's it. Right? Performative. It is performative. So that's it, my people. Okay? I have to go now. So that hopefully I can be back tomorrow with my video about men who cry at the altar. Like, I'm talking like an ugly cry. I'm not saying like you can't do this or like be emotional, be choked up here. I'm talking like, oh my gosh. That fucking scares me. That fucking scares me. It scares me so badly. It scares me. It scares me. It scares me. And if somebody could, when they say, oh, does anybody oppose to this wedding? I would definitely get up like, yeah, I will oppose because why are you crying like this? What's going on? Right? Because if a man says, oh, Marlene, I'm crying because she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Okay, now that's a fucking lie. She's the most beautiful. Because let's just go off the premise that she's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. Then you're not fit for her. Because if you've never had a woman of her caliber, she's not safe. She ain't safe, right? Like, why do people Like rich people go to Bank of America and they put their family jewels at Bank of America because bunch of rich ass white people or the rich people put their family jewels at Bank of America. Makes sense. But if you're the first one to go to Bank of America and they've never done this shit before, how do we know? How do we know they have the security, they have the lights and the whatever to protect something so expensive? I ain't doing that shit. Right? Why do people go to Switzerland to hide all their money, their family assets and shit? Because these people are they have experience in doing shit like that. So okay. And however rich you think you are, there's probably somebody richer who went there first. So okay, cool. They know what to do. They got the experience, they got the security, they have all the latest tech, so they can protect my shit, right? But imagine marrying a man who's never seen a woman of your caliber. He's never dated someone of your caliber. So this is the first time he's going to meet. This is the first time in his life that not only has he seen a woman as beautiful as you, but he's going to fully commit to a woman as beautiful as you. Girl, run for your life. Run for your life. Because listen, you should have experience or some type of experience with the kind of woman you're trying to marry. Right? But I'm like, to me, and I'm like, to most goofy girls, like when they're narcissists, they're like, oh, I'm the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. And that's concerning. Is he blind? Or like, is he not a good appreciator of beauty? Because a lot of girls are beautiful. I'm like, no woman should believe that, oh, I'm the most beautiful woman ever. Are you okay? Are you all the way there? So you're definitely insane. You're mentally ill. So I can see why he's also mentally ill. But I'm like, to me, it's not a flex. It's not a compliment to say, oh, she's the most beautiful woman ever. Are you insane? You've never seen Naomi Campbell? Like you've never seen Linda Evangelista? Like you've never seen Nia Long? Are you kidding me? Boy, shut up. Okay? You're doing a little too much. Now, it also is concerning that you've never dated a woman of her caliber. So how do we know you have the experience? Right? How do we know you're not going to be insecure? How do we know? Because she's a woman you've like her caliber you've never dated before. How do we know you're not going to be controlling? I have questions, my ladies. I have questions. But we shall explore my questions in a few hours by God's grace, okay? So sleep tight. Love you very much, okay? Take care of yourself, exercise, and by God's grace, I will see you tomorrow. A few hours, okay? Bisous. Love y'all. Gigi, Janet, Lonnie, everybody that's here. Cheese, okay? Love you very much, okay? And my replay crew, enjoy the replay. See you guys. Yeah. Enjoy your night, and replay people, enjoy the video. By God's grace, I'll be back tomorrow with my cute little hairstyle, okay? Bisous tout le monde. À demain. Bye bye. Je vais me coucher, je suis fatiguée.